afternoon, everyone. I would like to call the Flint Board of Education regular board meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. Board members, I call your name. Could you please say present for the record? Trustee King.
Present.
Treasurer Luna.
Present.
Trustee Relaford.
Present.
Vice President McIntyre.
Present.
Assistant Secretary Treasurer Booz.
Present.
Secretary Perkins.
Present.
And myself present. 7 present, no absent. I will now call upon Secretary Perkins to read the district's mission statement and first statement in the standard practice.
District mission statement. It is the mission of the Flint School District to develop a community of learners who are prepared to live, work, and contribute in an ever-changing society. The Flint Board of Education standards of practice in order to provide outstanding leadership and better serve the Flint community schools. We, the members of the Flint Board of Education, commit to the following standards of practice. Number one, we will be consistent in our dealings with each other, as well as students, staff, and community.
We will model trustworthiness, honesty in our relationship with each other, with our superintendent, and with other constituents.
We will focus on a common goal of providing the best education possible for the students in the Flint community schools.
We will respect the diverse view that each of us bring to the organization, as well as the view of others that we interact with as we carry out the business of the Board of Education.
We'll be open and authentic with each other, our staff, and the community.
As we work to make decisions, we will focus on issues, not personalities.
Our decisions will be student-centered and based on objective facts.
We will practice good listening skills to better understand our fellow Board of Education members and constituents.
Thank you. I seek a motion and second to approve the minutes from the January the 15th, 2025 special board meeting and the January the 22nd, 2025 regular board meeting.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion we approve the minutes from the January 15th and 22nd board meetings.
Support.
It has been properly moved and second. Are there any corrections? Seeing none, the motion to approve the minutes from the January the 15th, 2025 special board meeting and the January the 22, 2025 regular board meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. As I call your name, say yes or no to approve. Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Trustee Booz?
Yes.
Vice President McIntyre?
Yes.
Trustee Relaford?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
And myself, yes. 7 yes, 0 no. The board will now hear comments from the public. We ask that you state the reason for addressing the board and that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes on matters within the authority of the board and not address individuals by name. The presiding officer of the board should have the right to limit the number of persons who may address the board on the same subject. Please state your name and address first before beginning to speak. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to address the board? Come forth.
Hello?
Hello. Can I pull your mic up a little? Thanks.
Better?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Destiny Kruger. I am a 9th and 10th grade ELA teacher at Flint Southwestern, and I'm here to talk about the hoodie and cell phone policy that we have in our district. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I would like to address 2 policies currently in place, the no cell phone and the no hooded top policy, and share why they no longer serve the best interest of our students or school environment. I understand and respect the intentions behind these policies. Rules and dress codes are put in place to create structure, maintain safety, and foster focus. As an educator, I deeply value accountability. Upon further reflection, I've come to realize that without considering the broader context and real needs of our students, we might be doing more harm than good. The Student Code of Conduct states that hooded tops could conceal the identity of the student or cause unsafe conditions. While I understand this reasoning, I believe we have an opportunity to approach this policy with greater flexibility, especially with our new camera system. We're spending significant time and energy policing cell phones and hoodies when we should be addressing the real crisis in our school, which is student attendance. With 92% of our students not adhering to the attendance policies first semester, we need to ask why, along with why we are not fully utilizing Synergy's tools like robocalls for absences and tracking infractions. Instead, we're relying on paper referrals and focusing on cell phones and hoodies while absenteeism goes unaddressed. Students also waste instructional time walking to and from room 61 for passes, which Synergy could streamline. Instead of enforcing arbitrary policies like the cell phone and hoodie policy, we need to focus on why students aren't showing up and how we can create an environment that encourages attendance. Safety is top priority, especially with the increasing frequency of school shootings. However, while our policies are well-intentioned, they inadvertently teach students to hide items like cell phones, which sends the wrong message. We should use metal detectors for their intended purpose, not to search for phones. Rather than policing cell phones and hoodies, we should foster trust and responsibility by allowing students to manage these items responsibly and appropriately. Trust, when extended, motivates students to act with integrity. This isn't about eliminating structure, but about teaching responsibility, allowing students to use personal items appropriately while maintaining safety. Students having their cell phones before and after school, that promotes safety also, especially when we have an incident like we did last week where students were out waiting for the bus with no communication. Additionally, we need to focus on addressing the root cause of absenteeism to improve student engagement. Finally, I'd like to point out the gap between the Capturing Kids' Hearts program we've invested in and the way some of our policies are being enforced. We preach kindness and respect, yet students are often greeted with negativity and hostility at the door because of the rigid enforcement of the cell phone and hoodie rules. If we allow Capturing Kids' Hearts principles, greeting students with kindness and a genuine desire to make them feel welcome, this can set the tone for the entire school day and help us build stronger relationships with our students. In conclusion, I urge the board to reconsider policies that are consuming so much of our time and energy, yet aren't yielding the results we desire. Let's focus on solutions that create a positive, safe, and accountable environment for all students. Together, we can reimagine how we approach structure and responsibility in a way that respects both students' needs and our school's values.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, has a question.
Hold on one second. We can't ask a question.
No, I don't want to, no, I want a copy of what, can I have a copy of what she read?
Point of order.
Point of order.
That's why I called her and asked her.
No. Hold on one second. Hold on one, point of order. Stop right there, please, stop. During public comments, board members, I know if she wants you to have a copy, I think she wants a copy of what you just read. And if you don't have a copy, could you send it to, you can send it to Pam. Do you have a copy of what you just read? Yeah. Oh, you have copies? Okay, give it to her and she'll make sure the board have it. Thank you very much.
I wrote it.
No, because we normally don't do that. That's how. We didn't hear that. Just, we okay. Yeah, she wants to keep it, yeah. Sure. Okay, thank you. Sorry about all the confusion. Thank you.
No worries. Dennis Pfeiffer. I come before you today to one, applaud you for your central revitalization plan. However, that comes with an asterisk. And the asterisk is, if you plan on revitalizing that, do you plan on abandoning more schools within our community? Because right now, the enrollment is stagnant or going down, and if you revitalize Central, are you going to then in turn close more community schools in our neighborhoods? So where's the plan that you're going to boost enrollment for this new project? And what is the plan for the schools that you plan on abandoning, like Nethercutt, that's going to decimate the community in that neighborhood? What's the plan for McKinley, that is a dumping ground. Like, where is the plan for all these blighted properties throughout the city? And I'm not here to throw stones. I represent the city. We have our own problems. I understand that. But when is the Board of Education going to step up to the plate and help our communities that are feeling the pain? McKinley's been closed for probably a decade now, and every property around that has felt the economic decline of a closed school. And having it being a dumping ground of all the trash and debris and people living in there, sleeping in there, building fires in there, doing whatever else, at some point, this board has to get with, maybe it's the Mount Foundation again, do something with these existing properties. I know that we tried selling them. McKinley was never on the list to sell. What's the plan for that? Because the schools directly impact the housing properties, the amount of taxes, everything else in the community. So when we, and once again, I applaud you for doing something with Central, but if you're going to end up closing Eisenhower, or if you're going to end up closing another school to backfill to go to this new wonderful school or whatever it's going to be, you're doing more harm to the outside of the community and not just the downtown. I get it. Central's downtown. It's a priority to do stuff downtown. But the neighborhoods where people live are being decimated by the abandoned and left behind schools, whether they be occupied or not occupied. At some point, this board and the community members have to stand up and say enough is enough. Board them up, tear them down, do what you did at Washington. If you're not going to do something, tear it down. Do something. Do something with Eisenhower or another cut that's about to be closed. Don't just board it up and let it become the next McKinley of a dumping ground. Do something.
Thank you, Councilman. And I encourage each one of you all to stay to the end of this meeting. And we have some exciting news for you, addressing those issues that he said. We got the answers for you. That's the purpose of this meeting tonight. So thank you. Anyone else have any more comments? Any more? Come, please, come forward.
Hey, how everybody doing today?
Hello.
My name is Valisha Ware, and I used to go to Bryan Elementary School, and I'm just backing up for the gentleman said about the school based on the children. So based on, for you guys to hear me out, and because I'm interested in Bryan Elementary, so here we go. Step one. Hey, for the apartment complex that I'm trying to make, I want to make Bryan Elementary School to a small studio apartment complex. So, hey, for the apartment complex, it will be a small 1 and 2 bedroom and unit for Bryan Elementary, 1 full bathroom, and it will also have a laundry room. And for the kids, I will have the gym room based on a game room for the children's. I will also have a cafeteria room for the sitting area based on, okay, so I'm reading this right. I will have a cafeteria for a sitting area that you can watch TV and eat breakfast in the morning and drink coffee. And as well for my tenants, I will also have a movie room based on for the tenants, and I will also have my tenants, is this appropriate? Because based on it's helping the community out. For the tenants that don't have any transportation, like a small salon in the building based on a barbershop, and we'll have a playground as well. I will like to have a ATM money machine for the tenants based on they don't have transportation to get nowhere. As well, love for my apartment complex to have a pool in it. As well, love for the building to, based on, be upgraded by chance. If you guys can please and lovely to hear me out, to do something with Bryan Elementary School, steady tearing it down and doing something around the community to help all the people that's around the community out. Part 2. And as well, what my little girl say, I will have a smart room in it for the movie room, a store. And as well for the tenants on the other side of the building, what you say, of the building, it will also have another sitting area that you can sit in. And
Thank you very much.
as well, it will have a small little store in it that my tenants.
Excuse me, ma'am. We have 3 minutes, your 3 minutes.
Okay,
Can you
but I
send
would
out-
like
can
for
you
you
send us a
guys to
copy
know, like,
of-
what you guys
Point of
plan on doing
information,
with
point of
Bryan
information.
Elementary School?
Point of information, I can answer your question later, but your 3 minutes is up. If you got some more information that you're reading, we're welcome to see it at the board. But
Okay, so
at the
based
end,
on
we
the-
can do comments.
So based on I can give the paperwork to you guys, is also from what I've been told that y'all was trying to demolish it and
Thank you
tear it
very
down.
much for your comment. We can't respond back and forth. Your 3 minutes up. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there any more comments from the public? Do we have your contact information? Can you give her your contact information? Okay.
Do you,
We can't go back and forth. Okay, thank you very
go
much.
get the copies? Thank you.
Since there's no further comments from the public, we'll move on to our other agenda. At this time, I would like to seek a motion to change the order of the agenda to move governments after the presentation. What I'm seeking to do is the first item on there, we're gonna make that the last presentation. So your first item would be number 4. Number 4 would be your last item.
Madam President?
Yes.
I move that we amend the agenda to put item F, presentations, next in line, before E
Thank you.
and G.
Support.
Hold on 1 second. He didn't come
One person wants to ask if there's any.
You're in the middle of a motion. Yeah.
Proceed with the motion, and we'll address that.
Seconded by.
It's been second. It's been properly moved and second that item F will become E and E will become F. This can be done by roll call vote. Any discussion? Everybody's mind is set? Secretary Perkins,
Yes.
Trustee Booz,
Yes.
Vice President McIntyre,
Yes.
Trustee Relaford,
Yes.
Trustee King,
Yes.
Treasurer Luna,
Yes.
and myself, 7 yes and 0 no. Before we move forward, it is the policy of this board that everyone has an opportunity to speak, and sometimes people come in, they probably don't know our process. The person that did not get to speak for public speaking, I want to give you your 3 minutes. I hear that there's a person that wanted to speak and did not get this chance to speak. Normally with public speaking, you can stand in line and we can call you as you come up. And that's pretty much how it is. So forgive me because we didn't know that someone else wanted to speak. Proceed.
Good evening, everyone. I was coming up to address the issue. My daughter attends Southwestern Academy, and a week before Christmas break.
Your name, please?
My name is Courtney Rutherford.
Okay.
And a week before Christmas break, I understand that Southwestern has the no cell phone policy there, and my daughter gets in trouble if she brings her phone to school, but 3 masked guys pulled up at her bus stop, demanding she get in the car. She took off running with no cell phone. She couldn't call me and let me know. She had to wait till she got to school to let me know what was going on.
Thank you. Wow.
Yeah.
We're
That's,
going to work on that.
that's my concern, so. Thank you.
Can we have your contact number?
Yes.
Somebody know you. You don't have to say it public. You can just give it to the administrator.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Glad your daughter is okay. Wow. At this time, I would like to ask Dr. Pamela Pugh to come forth from the Michigan Department of Education to join us on the stage. Is Dr. Pamela Pugh?
Right there.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Pugh. For those that don't know you, you can introduce yourself and the purpose you're here to uplift the community and give us some input. Proceed.
Absolutely. My name is Pamela Pugh, and I am president of the Michigan Board of Education here for the state of Michigan. And no stranger to the community of Flint. And thank each and every one of you all for having me here. And as you all know, I am here as a colleague. And Dr. Rice from Michigan Department of Education, our Superintendent of Public Instruction, sends his regards. He knew that I was coming here and had an opportunity to talk to him, but just really wanted to come again as a colleague because we know that we're facing unprecedented times. We are facing a time when our freedoms are being tested like none other. And this is a time where we just really don't have the answers. But we have everything that's being thrown at us by our President of the United States of America. And since being in office just 30 days, today I believe marks 30 days, he's put out an unprecedented 65 executive orders. As we know, the President is only one of 3 branches of government. And unfortunately, he unilaterally is throwing out executive orders that are somewhat confusing. He is calling for, and we heard this during the election cycle, the elimination of the Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education. And what the Flint community needs to know, as well as communities across this state and country, that will be devastating. Whether they totally eliminate the department or whether they defund the department. And again, this is at a time when they're talking about purchasing Greenland in Canada, but we have to think about our children. Our children, most particularly in communities like Flint, we're just starting to see historical budgets that dig us out of the hole. And we have a long ways to go. But Title I dollars to the tune of $400 million across this state, that means it impacts our urban communities as well as our rural communities. Our special education programming that we know we have a long ways to go. Since its inception, decades ago, IDEA has not been adequately funded, but now we're looking at 10% of our dollars that come from the federal government being removed. And I see you, Superintendent, shaking your head. You're probably looking at these numbers. So we know that that's looking at the elimination of the U.S. Department of Education. Then when many of us were enjoying our Valentine's Day evening, there was this notice that came across from the current U.S. Department of Education stating that they were reiterating and making sure that they were pressing down dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI programs within 14 days, or that these programs would lose their funding. And I know that these are things that you're grappling with, Superintendent, as well as superintendents across this country. The unfortunate thing is that DEI the term has been used so loosely. It has been used to describe people who look like me. It's been described to talk about women. It's been described, it's been used to describe people who help people that look like the children that you serve. It's been used to describe our LGBTQ community. So there's a lot of confusion that is out there. But what we know is that, number one, an executive order does not supersede the Constitution, state or federal laws. This was a directive that really could infringe upon civil rights laws. We also know that just calling something illegal does not make it illegal, because we have teachers right now, educators, who are thinking that it is illegal or being told that it is illegal to teach about our history. And our AG, Attorney General Nessel, has come out and talked about what is considered illegal and unlawful. Something coming out of the president's mouth or being inked on a piece of paper does not make something a law and unlawful. Just looking at some calls to action. So these things have been thrown out into the air. They're being challenged in court. Many of the challenges our state, through our Attorney General, has signed on to. Superintendent Rice has issued guidance to the field, to Superintendent Jones and his counterparts, as well as hopefully boards have seen that guidance. And again, this guidance pertains to undocumented children, immigrant children. It pertains to indoctrination or curriculum, and there's been a few others that have been addressed through the legal system and through this guidance that has been provided through Michigan Department of Education. What I've been telling people to do is to get in touch with their boards of education, to get in touch with you all, to come and tell you that they support you in standing firm, standing strong, ensuring that you're seeking legal guidance before taking action to what many of these executive orders that have gone through the judicial system so far. There has been restraining orders, and so they're held up in the court. So not acting fast, but go to get legal counsel. What I've asked on February 3rd, even before this last love letter came out from the U.S. Department of Education, I asked Attorney General Nessel to provide guidance to districts so that districts aren't inadvertently violating current civil rights laws. So we're hearing of people whose contracts are just being stripped from them. And we have to admit that, Superintendent Jones, you'll have counterparts that are loving this moment in history because it's providing them the cover to do something that they've wanted to do. You don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. So there is a pause, time to pause, make sure that you are getting legal guidance before taking action as a result of these executive orders that, again, do not supersede going through Congress. If that's where they should be going, we're a local control state, so curriculum is, you all are the people who decide what curriculum goes in school. So make sure you all know your authority. And so Dr. Rice also put out guidance and a letter, and also tagged to that a legal opinion that set precedent as it relates to our immigrant children, that they belong in our classrooms, they have a right to be in our classrooms, and you all can stand on that guidance as well. And so, you know, outside of seeking legal protection and clarification, think about resolutions that you all want to pass that speak as one unified body on how you stand on these issues. Looking at how you're embedding DEI into policies, mobilizing community. This is a time for community to come together like none other. This is a time that we have to set aside the differences and come together and work together, hosting town halls. Because one of the things that I'm really emphasizing as a Black woman who understands that I have to play that role at that table is that this purposeful confusion and what I call the intended, unintended consequences is going to impact the dinner tables, the pocketbooks of Black, brown, LGBTQ communities. We're already seeing monies being withheld. There's a list that's going around that shows like the list of words that you don't want to be affiliated with. Some of us, it's hard for us to unaffiliate ourselves with. You know, number one, if you're working in a community that's predominantly Black and brown people, you're going to be servicing those people. So there is the purposeful confusion with what diversity, equity, and inclusion is. With diversity, equity, and inclusion, especially the inclusivity part, our children who are special education, in special education programming, they're going to get it coming and going. They're going to get it from the defunding of the Department of Education side, again, in places where we've never been adequately funded. They're going to get it from these anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion directives as well. So again, this is a moment to pause, come together as community, and really through good legal counsel before you act. You know, some people think of going to get legal counsel after they've acted. So if that makes sense. So before you take action on these directives, which many feel are unfounded, and the DEI, I've asked Dana Nessel to give guidance, and hopefully she will. We're also asking the governor to speak up on the diversity, equity, and inclusion pieces. So I thank you all for this opportunity and just allowing me to come and share with you.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. I really appreciate your time and effort and the work that Dr. Rice and the team is doing as we move forward.
Madam
I'm
Chair.
going to talk to my board members right now. Board members, we're going to give you one round of questions because we got a long agenda, and you can ask your question, and she can respond. So you have one question to ask, or one round. Trustee Relaford?
Hi, Dr. Pugh, how are you?
Good, how are
Good.
you? And let me start by saying, I might just be writing the question down and coming back to you, getting back to you.
Okay, that's
Mine's
fine.
is real straightforward. I haven't seen the guidance from Dr. Rice nor the letter, so could you make that available to us? Or-
Absolutely, and the last guidance to the field, probably, go ahead.
Yeah, it's in the update that I sent to you all with the links.
Okay. My reason for that is something changes every day.
This is true.
So it's, for me, I mean, I guess I'm no different than anyone else, but as things change, I think the main thing is the main thing. And I guess for me, which laws are we following at any given time? I would definitely like that to be in it. You know, are we, I know nothing has been changed in Congress. The civics I recall is Congress makes laws.
Exactly.
But I know things have changed, so
Yes.
I just want to be cognizant of what's going on, and I just press upon you and your office to definitely make sure that information gets
Right.
down as soon as possible.
And it's coming fast and furious. Again, I started with saying we are just in uncharted territories. And when I was saying about getting the legal advising, and hopefully, and one of the things that I mentioned to AG Nessel is just being able to respond quickly, which we have been able to respond quicker than some areas. But to the point about seeking legal guidance is act as if you're following the law those laws that have been on the books. Because these executive orders have not gone through Congress. Most of them are in the courts because of that. So laws have not changed.
Thank you. And for the records, the line of communications through our superintendent, they are working at the top with legal team. As they get the information, Superintendent Jones sends it out to the board. And once everything, these official guidelines and everything get in place, then we will begin to formulate how we're going to move. But right now, we're moving as directly as you stated. Superintendent Jones is working with the people at the top, and he passing the information down to the board. And hopefully we're getting that. I seem to be getting it in a timely manner. Thank you. Next question, Trustee McIntyre.
Good evening, Dr. Pugh. Thank you so much.
Thanks for
As usual, here you are. You've been a solid presence, and we really appreciate you coming to an awful lot of our board meetings and showing your support. And that activist background that you have, I appreciate, and I appreciate your calls to action. So I don't necessarily have, as per se, questions to ask you, but more just to thank you for lifting up our focus on resolutions. I believe that we will be following that in the days, if not to come, to make resolutions about where we stand as a unified board, and to call to the community to come together, to come and speak out, to be at the board meetings, and to lift their voices so that we know that we're not alone and that we're unified and together. And to embed DEI into our policies. We've been diligently doing that, but to keep, it's more urgent than ever. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate that. I guess my ask to you would be just to, keep it up, to keep up the communication. I've been impressed with what the Attorney General has been doing in terms of leading the way for some states to, to push back against some of these, illegal moves that have been made by the executive office. And so I guess my ask to you would be to, help us. You have a more direct line of communication with her to help be a conduit with what we need in the Flint School District to Attorney General Nessel and to keep that up. That's all I have for now.
I appreciate that, and I'll be looking to you all too, because you'll be hearing, you'll hear and you'll see things what's going on the ground. I was on my way to Jackson yesterday, and someone was calling, and they were talking about ICE agents that were in the area. And I will say that I have been disappointed. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is one that we've not seen, met with the same urgency and expediency. It will impact, yes, the history that our children are being taught in schools, but think about all the work that's being done that could be misconstrued as diversity, equity, and inclusion, let alone the good work that is being done that is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so we're gonna have to call on allies and friends and leaders such as yourself to be firm in those areas. And again, like you said, we go step in step, hand in hand with the legal team. But again, it's no different than any other orders that or directives that we've just referred right back to this. There's no changes in Congress. There's been, the judicial system has not, told us to act otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone? Trustee Perkins?
Dr. Pugh, thank you for coming. I'm one of those 50s and 60s babies. And so being an activist and a union rep, we fought many battles like this in the past, and we made great headway. I'm going to sit still for a minute and take my direction from our leadership. But just know that the word is going out everywhere. We need to make our communities understand what this really means. And oftentimes they don't, especially in the urban areas. They don't understand it.
Right.
So we have to do a better job of communicating what this really means to all of us. Mm-hmm. They don't get it. You know, I've watched a lot of things in the school system. Some of these children, the simplest things, they don't understand. We've got to do a better job of that, and I'm hopeful that we will. But I'm going to take direction from the leadership here, and then we're going to talk about it. And then we're going to be about it. That's where I'm at. Thank you.
Any more questions from the board?
Yes. Have one
Trustee
comment.
Luna?
Thank you. Thanks, Doctor, for coming here tonight. My comment's really about how we can look to the state to protect our vulnerable student populace. In particular, I'm thinking about the immigrant students who are both documented and undocumented in our schools, so legal citizens and the children of folks who aren't in the most clear status right now. I'll be real, I think of things in dollars and cents oftentimes, and I know the high mark for the K-12 enrollment was in 1970, when we had about 2.1 million students in our K-12 schools. We're at about 1.3 million, and that's just due to our aging population, folks like, millennials and younger folks not having as many kids as our parents did. But really, the one bright spot in that entire thing is, if you look at places like Dearborn, Detroit, and even here in Flint, the biggest growth that we've seen in our enrollment, even though we've overall lost students, is from immigrant students from all different statuses. So if, in theory, we were to lose these students through deportation or even just not even coming to Michigan, that's a huge financial burden and impact on our district's long run and long term. So that's in the back of my head. I know tomorrow some of us are going to a forum about immigrant students and just how that looks like for us in this community. So just want to express that thought and concern.
Absolutely. You're spot on.
Any more questions from anyone that has not spoken? Thank you very much, Dr. Pugh. Look forward to speaking with you.
Thank you. I
Great
look
job.
forward to working with you all, and we are going to stand strong. We are going to stand firm. Yes, we are in unprecedented times, and we need to make sure that people realize that that is going to impact our economy.
One more thing, Superintendent Jones, I'm sorry. I forgot, forgive me.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Pugh. It's good to see you.
You as well.
My comments is for the stakeholders of Flint Community Schools and those that are in our community that's thinking of being a part of Flint Community Schools. We've been in training for diversity, equity, and inclusion for the last 2 years. Our administrators have been trained. Our teachers are trained. We're continuing to train, and we won't stop. The other comment I want to make is that every one of our classrooms have diverse classroom libraries on purpose, because when our black and brown scholars open the books, they need to be able to see themselves. We're going to continue doing what we're doing. We're going to continue doing what we're doing. And we won't stop, but we will follow the law. And our Board of Education, the day that these executive orders started coming through, every one of our board members were concerned and wanted to make sure that things were happening. We immediately began to get information from our attorneys, and we sent that information not only to our Board of Education, but we sent it to our principals so that they know how to handle if ICE walked in the door. So all of our principals have been given that information, how to handle, who to call, which is your superintendent, and we will be at that door to protect and to do what is right. We will follow the law, but we will protect our scholars. And that's what we've been trained to do, and that's what this board has called for us to do. So we're going to continue to do that. And we thank you, we thank Dr. Rice for being an advocate for Flint. Not just Flint Community Schools, but Flint, period. And we're going to just keep doing that work.
And I have to say, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate that we do have superintendents such as yourself and Dr. Rice at the state. He was off a couple of days, and I talked to him each of those days, and each time I was like, okay, how you feeling? He was like, we're moving forward, We think that we're standing on the side of right, and we're standing on the side of the legal right as well. Yeah. So thank you all.
Absolutely. The last thing I want to say is I don't want our scholars, our parents, and our teachers to get sidetracked from what we're supposed to be focused on.
That's true.
We're supposed to be focused on the education of children. And we can easily get sidetracked about what's going on the news, what's going on Facebook and all these other places, and then it turns our mind away from educating, inspiring, and motivating children. We're going to make sure that we bring the latest and greatest information forward. That's our job. We want our teachers to continue to teach, our counselors to continue to do great things with our scholars and getting them ready for college. And we want them to know that we're ahead of this with Dr. Rice, with our ISD partners, and others in the community that's concerned about this. The center, we're ahead of this, and we're going to continue to stay ahead of it. And having you come today is a part of being ahead of it. So we thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Pugh. Now I'd like to turn the floor over to Trustee Booth for the introduction of our next presenters.
Good afternoon, especially to the audience. Thank you for coming and staying for this presentation. You will not be disappointed. I would like to ask, they're already coming forth. We have the associates from the Urban Superintendent Collaboration Incorporated and Greene Education Services to join us on the stage. And please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation.
Trustee Booth, you hear me? While he put up the presentation, I just want to say good evening, President.
I think it's your, excuse me, one second.
Proceed.
Okay, Tracy, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, President Ellis, McNeil, Superintendent Jones, and esteemed board. We are super excited to be here. We've had some opportunities to engage with you about the wonderful work that you're doing. And Superintendent Jones, when you just said, like, the focus is on education, sometimes the world gets us away from the focus, and the focus is the students and student outcomes. So I am so happy to hear you always continue to say that wherever I see you at, it's not just about sitting in the boardroom. That is something that you live and breathe every day. And also, President McNeil, when I met you, what you talked about is students. And one of the things that when we had an opportunity to speak to each one of you, you talked about students, and that is so powerful because I believe when we talk about students' experiences in our system that starts at pre-K, because we're going to talk about graduation, the road to graduation is not their senior year. The road to graduation starts in pre-K, and it is pre-K through 12, and the 12th grade is the summation. Oftentimes, graduation is an expectation for students. We got to get to the point where graduation is a non-negotiable because they have to exit into the workforce or go on to a high school career or a college, and they need to be ready for that. But that has to be really, really grown from day one. So we're going to talk about a graduation initiative. We're going to talk about data. We're going to talk about some opportunities, how to build it, not just with the board, the superintendent and the staff, but the community, the students, and the stakeholders, because everyone should be owning the work around our students when they come to us to graduate. Mr. Greene?
Good evening, everyone. I will forego some of the things that I do want to talk about until later, it's my turn, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you guys. And I'll go ahead and let Tracy go ahead and get started with the presentation. I think we're almost ready. Okay.
So while he is bringing up the PowerPoint, I will start with a little bit about me. I'm no stranger to education. I started out teaching 3rd grade at an at-risk elementary school, and I've probably had every job from that 3rd grade to a reading specialist, to a Title I specialist, to an area superintendent, to a deputy superintendent, to a superintendent. So I really understand the nature of the work you do. It is not always easy work for boards and superintendents, and I kind of smiled when I was over there and said, well, do I miss board meetings or not? But what I do miss is when we have an opportunity to change the lives of students. So as he brings up the PowerPoint, just a little bit about me, what I currently do is I work with AESA and Howard University for the Urban Superintendents Collaborative, and we take cohorts of sitting superintendents and future superintendents and train them on the work, board relationships, budget, finance, stakeholders, you name it, whatever it hits, right? Whatever is happening in the country right then that's hot. When we heard about the cell phone policy, that's not just here in Flint. You hear that at board meetings across. So we bring thought leaders together who are struggling with this, who has been successful, and we train them on those things to bring them back. And as a result of that, my partner and I opened up the Urban Superintendents Collaborative, where we meet with superintendents across the country as a think tank, and we share ideas, thoughts. We meet up and talk about what's working, but with a focus on student outcomes and what's working in districts for students. Are you bringing me quicker? Okay, because I can keep talking.
I was going to say I can quickly introduce myself.
And if you guys feel comfortable walking around and talking, because I know when you're doing presentation, you like to do body movement, but if you feel comfortable, you don't have to be glued right there today.
I appreciate that, President McNeil. I do love to get up and walk around,
Yeah,
but
I know those
but I think
presentations are
I'll
easy
try to
when
stay
you're
in my
moving.
seat today.
I appreciate that, okay.
Well, while we're still waiting to get the PowerPoint up and ready, I'll go ahead and quickly introduce myself. I'm Wendell Greene, the President and CEO of Greene Education Services, and I'll tell you a little bit more about me. I think I didn't really get a chance to do this earlier, but I got into education. I got into education basically on accident. I did not want to be an educator. My parents are both educators. My father was actually a minister as well. And I saw the struggles that they went through to be an
Mic
educator.
closer
I'm
to
sorry,
you.
thank you. My voice is heavy. I thought y'all could hear me. Okay. So I was saying that both my parents are educators. My mom actually taught SPED, which I take my hat off to all SPED educators, by the way. And my father was an English teacher, and I did not want to teach based on that. But bottom line, when I got into education, I fell in love with it. I saw a need, and I was really good at really helping kids master certain skills. And I wanted to take that not just to the kids I was working with, but to the entire community, especially my community. And so that's when I really got into
Strategic priority 1, the scholar focus. The next 2 slides I am not going to read to you if you're in the packet we provided you, but it's just the excerpt from your objectives from your strategic plan. And then the next page is your actual action steps of what you wanted to see. Skip, Ryan, he's trying to keep up with me. So we talked about the objectives, next one, and we talked about performance indicators. Here's where it gets big. This is all the stuff you know. There's nothing new in here. It came from your strategic plan. The next slide is what I really want to talk about. So when you think of what that means to unwrap, some of the rich dialogue we had was around what graduation rates were, what do they look like for students, are we on track based on your 5%? So I took an opportunity to build some examples of action steps. Part of those action steps is when I had conversations with Superintendent Jones, and when I had conversations with Mrs. Fields, Kelly, I think she was over there, we were trying to get information about what are the things that are actually working and everyone's excited about, and where are areas that we could actually improve. So when you look at this first page, there's the performance indicator that you have outlined as a 5%. Then I jotted down some action steps, like how do we get there, right? Like how do we get there? And then measurement of that evaluation, how do we know we're doing well, and what does that look like for students? And could the board and the superintendent articulate that in such a way that board members understood that, and that the public understood the work that you were doing for students? If you take a moment and you look at page 12 in your packet, so page 12 is under the strategic priorities.
They're not numbered.
So if you go to strategic priorities,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
yeah, the reason why I'm doing this is because it would be 100 slides if we put all of this in. So I put an example of one up so you could see how we broke down the particular action steps and measurements. But we actually went through every performance indicator under that objective that you had for your strategic plan and talked about specifically what could measurement and evaluation look like to know if you're actually hitting the target goal that you set forth for the district. Working with Superintendent Jones and his team, we can figure out those things where the board feels like, we're not too sure about that, or, oh yes, we know we are hitting the target. For instance, are you making your annual goals of a 5% graduation rate every year based on your priority? And if you are, great. But when we take a deeper dive, maybe black males aren't growing at 5%. And then what do we need to do and look at that differently? One of the things that somebody in the audience brought out, talked about attendance, engagement, and those pieces. If you take an opportunity to look under page 4, which just wasn't in the presentation, but she had brought it up. So if you look under data collection, and you look under page 4, you'll see some of the ideas that we propose for data collection is, of course, disaggregating, which means separating out graduation rates by ethnicity, by special needs, by SES, and see if they're growing. But we also looked at attendance and engagement. What's happening? Dropout rates happen because kids don't go to school, they get behind, then they drop out. But what we do know is when kids come to school their freshman year, they're actually on track to graduate. Something happens between the 9th grade and the 12th grade where they drop out. And what we want to do is really take a deep, deep dive into that data, work with Superintendent Jones and team and figure out like what is going on. So when I talk about a graduation initiative, I'm just telling you a snapshot of what that could look like. For us to get a deep, deep understanding, we got to be in the district, we got to understand the culture, we got to understand the climate, what has worked, what has not worked. How do kids feel about graduation? How do parents feel about graduation? In fact, do parents even know what it takes to graduate per state law? Do kids understand what it takes to graduate per state law? So we're going to look at a few of these pieces, and then I'm going to share some examples that I've shared with members of the board, and you all felt that the whole board should see some of these examples. And if we move forward, talk about how do we build a graduation initiative for Flint first. Graduation should be, our schools in Flint should be their first choice. And as I know you are planning on building an amazing school that I can't wait to see, but the school being built is just the shell. It is the building. What happens in the building matters for students also. And how do we bring that all full force together as a team, collaborate, so that everyone understands the purpose that when kids walk through the doors, we really want 100% graduation rate for every kid. Every kid. Now, some of those kids might be on alternative assessments, right? But families and the board and the superintendent, we should all believe that every kid who walks through the door has an opportunity. Next slide. So the road to graduation. I put this up so it's not like this is my first rodeo. I actually know how to build a graduation agenda, and I've done it. But when you see those kids were in a kindergarten when they took those pictures. And when we talk about building a system in which it's embedded for graduation, we have to start with our babies too, right? Like the graduation and the handoff, the matriculation starts pre-KK, K1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, until they matriculate to the 12th. But we shouldn't hear about graduation as soon as they get to high school. We should be talking about graduation as early as when they come in, because they should have something to aspire to and understand the why in the learning. And for teachers also, and the staff to understand the why, but also to understand the challenges. So when you look through the data book, I'm gonna talk about what are challenges, what hinders kids from coming to school. And that doesn't happen in high school. We know that kids drop out as early as 7th grade, or kids miss a lot of days of school in elementary. So then the handoff isn't always smooth. So we're gonna kind of go through this road to graduation and talk about what it could look like, but actually it would be built with the staff, the board, the community, and the students, so that it would permeate the system from pre-K to 12. Next slide, please. I'm big on student voice. We can talk all we want about a graduation initiative, but I do believe that we should also make sure that students are having a voice in their learning. I always laugh as a superintendent. I would say something, the kids was like, "You so old, Miss Davis. We don't do that no more." Nobody, you're only old people are on Facebook. Okay, so I got to get an Instagram and a TikTok, right? But what are the kids doing too? And I think kids have an amazing opportunity to share how they feel about school, and they have advocacy and agency in their road to graduation and what that could look like. Can you click on Strength and Voices for me? I think that's a hot link if you loaded it, and if not, we'll see. And he's gonna stop the commercial, but I wanna give you a snapshot of what it could be. How do we bring kids into this work and families?
Discuss education issues
You got some
that
sound?
they really care about. They're inspired by other student voice projects from around the district, and by the end of the day, we hope that they feel ready and excited to take on big, meaty educational issues at their own school site.
The Strength in Voices Conference is meant to inspire students to use their voice and create change not only in the classrooms but throughout the district. Our generation has the ability to change our world and empower what goes on in our schools.
Well, at the beginning I was very nervous. I've never spoken in front of more people before, but I quickly learned that I just have to be myself on stage, and it went really, really well. And like, it's nice to have people listen to you and like hear what you have to say.
I thought it'd be a good opportunity to learn stuff about myself and like help other younger students with like maybe some problems that they're dealing with.
Okay, we're not gonna watch the whole video, that's enough. But what I wanted you to see is how students are talking about how they feel about school, and what you don't see in there is that the board members, the superintendent, chiefs, like all the employees, we invited parents, like come listen to what the kids are saying, right? So while we're making decisions about their lives, because all of you will be making decisions about their lives, what are they saying? And do they have an opportunity to have agency and choice when they talk about these things? Now, I can tell you, kids will say, why can't we eat McDonald's and what lunch? That's not gonna happen because we got federal guidelines, right? But when they say something like, well, why can't we walk out if they're doing it across the country? And why do we have to be kicked out of school if we do? So I look at the policy. I said, so you have 11 minutes to get back in class. Let's make a deal, right? And so they walk out peacefully, they walk back in, and they have voice and choice, and they believe that the adults listen to what they had to say. Now, that takes a little practice, right? Kids have to trust you to make sure that can happen, but those are the kind of things that, as you build a graduation initiative, we want the kids to have a voice in this piece too. Next slide. So what does that look like? Well, the first simple thing is, I shared a sheet with the entire board, is, do kids know what they need to graduate in families? And one of the things we did as a system, and I was talking to Superintendent Jones, how could we build a system where they knew they were on track? When you wait till their senior year and they're behind 15 credits, you're probably not gonna get them to pass. But if we were on top and being reactive in the 9th grade, all the freshmen this year who's missing classes, how can we get those credits made up beforehand so we're not waiting forever to get that? and this sheet would be used, or whatever counselor. So this is part of the work we don't know. Like, we have to sit with counselors. How do we do this better? Does this work for you? What doesn't work for you? What would you like to see? But it actually keeps you on track if a kid's graduating. So if you say you want to have a 5% increase, we should be talking about how many freshmen are on track to graduate now, how many sophomores are on track to graduate, and if they're not on track, what do we do to get them on track as part of a larger initiative? And that might be remediation. I know we talked about credit recovery with Ms. Kelly. She talked about some pieces. What is working? Do kids like credit recovery? Is it Saturday school? But what are all the things we can do differently and be innovative to ensure that the kids who are not on track get on track, so by the time they get to their senior year, we don't have those issues. And why I put 2 sheets up there, because I want to share the first sheet, the Dorothy Day sheet, was the first version of the sheet. And that sheet was really only about graduating at the basic requirements. And as we had parent meetings, parents were like, my kids want to go to college too. So what are the requirements if they want to get into college? What are the requirements if they want to get into the local college? And is there any opportunities where there's scholarships, right? So we work with our universities, which I know that Michigan has a lot of this. If you meet this requirement, you actually can go to school for free. For a kid who doesn't know that, they might not meet the expectation, but if they know that there's something at the end, they might work differently. And how do we do that on a continuous basis? Because we know they hear about it. I know the counselors are sharing this information, but sometimes it doesn't land, and it doesn't land with our parents. I think earlier we talked about the community that, like, we're here, but we don't know, Trustee Perkins, and how do we get the community to know this could be afforded to your kid? I share with people all the time, my parents did not graduate from high school. I actually did not know kids didn't graduate from high school. I didn't know that that was a thing, because it was a non-negotiable in my house. Even though my parents didn't graduate, it was a non-negotiable. And so sometimes it's not just the parents, but like sometimes it's the school system who have to step in and tell kids they can do it. Next slide. We talk about the work of the board, we talk about the work of schools and the superintendent, but family engagement is so important. So as we work to look at these pieces, working with the superintendent's team, how can we beef up family engagement so that we understand that the road to graduation is not their senior year? Why it's important that kindergartners come to school every day, right? Why is it important for third graders to be at school every day as most as they can, right? Looking at those pieces, I bet you if you look at a dropout and you look at their career, they probably had risk indices way before they got to high school. And how do we attack those risk indices to ensure that they are successful? I put this slide in here because I am a believer, next slide, that the master is no greater than the servant. So I did not ask teachers to do home visits if the superintendent wasn't doing home visits. So I would do home visits with teachers, and you know, there's a little shock factor in there, Superintendent Jones, when you show up. But it also says how important it is. And it's also important that board members actually did home visits too, to understand like what was happening in the community. Now, I will tell you, this is a monumental task, right? But you start somewhere and then you grow it, because it shows how committed you are and how you want kids to graduate. We talked about like the potential opportunity of doing a back to school, you're not on track to graduate, knocking on doors, showing up, we love you, what can we do to help you get to that point? What do you need? We are invested in you 100%. So as we look at the students, you can say you good, they're good, right into where I'm leading to. Part of the other thing that we did was we sent letters every year to freshmen. Welcome to you, high school. We want you to graduate. This is what we have for you. And then as we evolved, we sent letters to kindergartners, their families. This is what we need you to do. In those freshman letters, we actually sent a magnet. And in the magnet, it was their ticket to graduation, to welcome their freshman year. You already have the ticket, you just gotta make sure you work to get into graduation. But moreover, there's a QAR on that graduation, as you can see on the picture, the little black QAR. And if you took a picture on that QAR, next slide, it would take families to a landing page that was specifically dedicated to graduation requirements, anything they needed to know about getting their kids to the finish line. Oftentimes in systems, the rules change. They change what the curriculum is, how many credits sometimes. So as that changed, parents will be able to look and see what that was when they clicked onto the link. So that magnet that you saw actually was an information agent for parents, because as a superintendent, I couldn't even register my kid because our webpage is so wonky. We think it's easy and clean, but sometimes that's not for our families. So how do we make it simple for families? Part of that work we did, and I share with Dr. Jones, is building the support of telling your story. You guys are going to do amazing work and continue to do amazing work, but if nobody knows about that amazing work but the few folks in the audience and the people watching, how will they not know the good work that's happening for students? So we built out a countdown to graduation to share with families. Next slide. And of course, we use Facebook, but it was on Instagram and TikTok too. And I just want to show you an example of what a kid had to say about the road to graduation. Next slide. It should be a hot link if you click on the phone. This the center of the phone. I hope it works. That's my man. He tells a good story. Go back. Like, click in the middle of the phone. Oh, there it is. I think it popped up for you.
I ride 4 buses every single day. I've been doing that for the last 4 years. It was raining and it was snowing. I still came to school, That's my resilience. It's like, don't let anything weather, Mother Nature, you know, people, like, don't let anything weather, Mother Nature, you know, people, you know, homework, don't let that push you down, because there's always a tomorrow, always gonna be a tomorrow.
When he walked through our building doors 4 years ago with his grandma, we made a promise to her and to him to take care of him through the end, which was easy because he is such an amazing joy. This young man will walk into a room and make it glow. It does not matter, like he said, what the situation, he is always smiling.
The reason why I chose Christina LaFoon, I don't want to use any profanity, but she is one heck of a counselor, okay? You know, when I'm climbing up a hill, when I start to stumble and fall, my legs get tired, she's right there. Boom, come on, let's go. We got to get up this hill right quick.
It's really the bond with him, too. It doesn't even take a word sometimes. I just look at him and say, Tyree, and he's like, I know, Mrs. LaFoon.
My teacher, Mrs. Nelson, I have to give her a big shout out. She like pushes me like, Tyree, you got this, you got this, you got this. So that's why my favorite subject right now is government. My main thing I want to do is I want to help people because I'm a really good socializer. And I just like socializing with people. I like talking, I'm like enthusiastic about things. I come up to people like, how are you? Like, I just love helping people, especially kids, because that's our future, you know. I love kids. I have a nephew and a niece right now. I'm an uncle, you know, so I love kids. My grandma's my biggest supporter. Like, that's, you know, it's my grandma, then maybe Mrs. LaFoon, number 2. I'm doing it for myself, but I need to do it for my grandma. Like, she's been there, you know, she's raised me like a, you know, right way. She like molded me. She molded me into the man I am today, so it's like I gotta appreciate her. I gotta do everything I can. That's like my primary priority is my grandma.
So much of it fell onto him, those 4 buses a day and the family trials and tribulations that they have been through. To see him stick it out and get to where he is today just makes us so proud to call him a Panther and have him as part of our family.
Thank you. See, the superintendent never had to go out and tell the story because we could capture the story with the students. And not only the students, celebrated the adults, the teachers and counselors who are working on those buildings every day. And I know high school can be tough, but I'll tell you something. It was amazing to meet his teachers when they talked about how they loved kids and what they wanted to do and help. And we have amazing teachers right here in Flint that you might not even know, shaking hands and getting kids to where they need to be. I mean, I don't know about you, but the catch, and it was cold in Reno, so we had snow. So 4 buses to get to school, I didn't even know that was happening. And he wasn't going to school because he didn't have money to get on the bus, right? But whatever challenges our kids face, it is our job to ensure that we take out those challenges and give them the best opportunity. When we started this graduation rate initiative push, the left-hand side, because graduation numbers are, you get an overall number, but the left-hand side says a subgroup. So it's some Black students, students with disabilities, right? And you see the 63-point difference. But when we finished, when I left in 2019, the difference was only 31%. Because what you really want to get to is 1 dot. Really, that's the goal, close the gap. The achievement gap might be how students produce, but when we think about the students, Every adult in the system owns the opportunity gap. What opportunities are we not affording kids because of policy, because of things that we do, or actually takes away from them being successful? Next slide. So when I left in 2019, it was a great leap, but to have an 86% graduation rate from 63% probably is the highlight of my life, because when you think about taking over a district where only 6 out of 10 kids graduate, and then you get to 8 out of 10 kids graduating. That means no matter who you are, when you walk through these doors, whether you have an IEP, whether you are black, whether you are second language, whether you chubby like me, tall like him, you have an opportunity to get a diploma. And we see you as you come through those doors, and we understand our families, and how do we do that work together? And I know you are doing some monumental work already, but how do we strengthen that so that every kid in this system has an opportunity and know that they will get to the finish line and onward to college if they want to go? How do we bring families in the fold? How do we bring stakeholders in the fold? Because I can tell you, I mentored a kid as a superintendent, and it made the difference in that kid's life. But I also had community leaders helping out, saying, hey, I checked on Johnny because we had risk in this season. Johnny didn't come to school, and maybe because Johnny didn't have food that night, or whatever it is, because it's hard to get to every kid. But we had a graduating class of 5,600 kids, so I think we did all right to raise the numbers. But that's just one example. How do we build it together where it's meaningful for Flint also, but you also see data and progress monitoring on the way. So now I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Greene.
Thank you, Tracy. So I think I've kind of already introduced myself. Going to the next slide, please. And the only thing I want to highlight on the next slide here is that I was an elementary and science teacher, although that's not what I wanted to teach. That's what I was chosen for. And I was very proud at the end of my service to actually have a 90% math proficiency across the board. That was one of the things that I walked away from with a big smile. I've already talked about some of those other points that were with Mathnasium and the firm starting. So I also have a leadership team, and my senior leaders are actually on this slide, on the next slide. You'll see Jessica Quinn, my chief of staff, who's a former, no, other way. Jessica Quinn, who's my chief of staff. Some of you met her last time we were here. She's a former curriculum director and former principal. And then I have Dr. Frederick Murray, who's my senior vice president of operations, and he served many roles in actually Jackson Public Schools being one of the largest school districts in the state of Mississippi, the largest urban one for sure. And he served everything from principal to superintendent in that building. Next slide. So about the company. We were founded in 2008, and we're based out of Madison, Mississippi. And over that time, we've served over 60 school districts, including the State Department of Education. We currently have around 80 consultants on the team working both part-time and full-time with an advisory board consisting of superintendents, principals, and educators. And we've been currently serving 19 schools districts in 3 different states, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Alabama. And again, we are based out of Mississippi, so the majority of them are there. We also can say that we've grown from just me working as a math and science consultant to now a full-service consulting company, providing services throughout all levels in education, but with primary focus being on job-embedded professional learning, specifically in underserved communities. We specialize in helping school districts and their teachers and their schools rather reach all their goals, and we emphasize that partnership piece. We discussed that last time I was here, but what I want to talk about before you go to the next slide, well, you're already there. That's okay, go ahead to it. So when you think of Mississippi, when you hear the word Mississippi, what do you all think of? What picture comes to your mind? What idea comes to your mind? I see you laughing, Ms. Redford. Country, absolutely, it's okay. Well, anybody else? I can tell you some of the things I've heard. Catfish, blues, somebody said Elvis. But country is being the first thing. When I first went to the military, that's the image that most of the people that I met, when I said Mississippi, oh man, you sit on the front porch with a toothpick in your mouth playing a banjo, whatever, that kind of thing, right? But that's not all that's in Mississippi. And I don't know if you all have any of you heard of the Mississippi Miracle? Any of you? The Mississippi Miracle, yes, in education. So what that boils down to, that's been a national concept that's been out there now for the past few years. And the miracle is, of course, Mississippi started at the bottom. And back in 2013, you can see what our scores were. In 2014, we actually had a new superintendent to come in, Dr. Wright. And Dr. Wright made a lot of changes immediately. And one of the focuses she wanted to do was to focus on reading and, of course, math scores, but primarily reading, because reading is the foundation for most of it, right? So you can see the progression there from the time she came in office in 2014 to what we actually put up 22's data and 24's data as well. And you can see when you start from the bottom, it forces you to actually take some really hard look on what you really have been doing over these years and finding some solutions. And that's what we did in Mississippi. We actually came up, it wasn't just really a miracle. It took a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication, a lot of planning, and sticking to the plan and actually altering the plan as needed according to what the data shows. And that's what we do as a company. Go to the next slide, please. The Greene Way is something that I developed maybe about 15 years ago. And the gist of it is we start with this concept of job-embedded professional learning, which is not what I was taught to do as a consultant. I was taught initially to go into the room and just basically sit in the back, take notes, and come back out and have a discussion with the principal or the administrators about what I saw. And then we could do some workshops, idea type stuff, and that's not what we do anymore. We come in and we actually work with teachers, work with students to make sure they understand, not just give them theory, but show them the work that we do. So that's what that phrase, when you see job embedded, that's what that really means for us. We also have a data analytic coaching piece that ties into everything that we do. So all of our consultants have a data piece that ties to the students that they're working with and with the teachers. We have those growth-based interventions, and those are basically set up to make sure every kid has a plan, every teacher has a plan to increase their overall scores that affect the accountability model. And last but not least, we really have true dialogue with each other, trying to figure out exactly what's going on. You know, what is our plans? What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? And how can we best improve? And I'd like to quickly share with you some data pieces on what we do. Now, the first one is basically some school districts that we provide services in. And what I did was just put a clip of just the 22 and 23 scores. But in these three districts in particular, we work with those districts anywhere between 5 to 8 years. And all of them, when we first started, there was an F. And they're currently C's and B's. I think they're, as of 24, one school district was a C and the other two were still B's. Next slide, please. Again, the same type of snapshot, but this breaks down elementary and middle schools in some districts. And you see where we provide services across the board, being ELA, science, math, and even data. Next slide. And in high schools, we, of course, increase that to provide services in U.S. history, leadership, and other subject areas that they need, especially data. So if you take a look at what we've done over the years, we really move needles. And that's what our job is, to come in here and help you increase whatever goals that you have, making sure that we are hitting those points across the board. So how can we help? We can help by implementing that tailored coaching that focus on teachers, and then tutorial solutions for each student that we're working with. We focus on those KPIs where we're meeting those goals that are set for you guys. We actually have unbiased data reports, improved data systems where we improve the culture of discussing data. We focus on trying to reduce those teacher burnouts and improve teacher retention. And we also try to focus on those solutions to help relationships across the board with all stakeholders. What you can expect from Greene. Number one is a true partnership. We want to make sure that you know that we are a part of this team. You will see a sense of urgency with us that will reflect the common goals and values that we have. You'll also see a commitment for connecting to the community and staff. Last but not least, you will see, not yet. Last but not least, we've been doing this again for over 17 years, and we are confident that we can help with this initiative of Flint First. We believe in you, and we want to be a part of this team. So I'll turn this back over to Tracy to get more into details about Flint First.
Well, now it's time for the pop quiz for the board. So you have a 5% graduation rate. I just want you to think about, if you hit your 5% next year in 2025, what would your graduation rate be? I'm not going to take papers and grade them. I'm just asking you the question. If you hit your benchmark, what would the graduation rate be? Because that's in your strategic plan. That is the guide that guides you through this work, right? And so what we talk about in building a graduation initiative plan is looking at your strategic plan. And as you can see, I did a little work and pulling some of this out as I talked to Kelly when I was here and talked to Dr. Jones, how could we improve upon the data collection? It would be impossible for anybody to come up here and say, we can do X, Y, and Z, and don't say, we need to do some pre-work, right? Like maybe you are hitting your goals, but maybe it's special education where we're struggling, or maybe it's students with EL, right? We need to understand what you understand and what the superintendent says. You know what? This is going really well for us, but you know what? We need to do a graduation initiative, and we need to be out in the community, and we need to send papers to kids. Like, it has to be a plan built off of, like, what is the need, and understanding the data as it applies to your strategic plan. Because you should be going through that strategic plan and progress monitoring, saying, is this working, is that not working, and how you make decisions, especially in a time where we talked earlier about budget cuts and maybe money won't look the same. Where are you putting your money as it comes to outcomes of academics? Boards have tough jobs because you got to talk about all kind of stuff that's unrelated to students. But the most important job is the job that is related to the academic success of students, right? And we should be thoughtful about how we do that in a deliberate and intentional manner. So when you look at this, I'm not reading this word to word, that's just an overall objective of the plan, what it looks like. Can you go to the next slide? We talked about graduation is not a senior initiative. Sometimes when you say graduation initiative, people go straight to high school. But we do need an entry point. There's no way to attack everything at once. We need to build a thoughtful plan where we can see gains and help students. So as you look at the graduation initiative plan, there has to be some data collection. Turn to the next slide. We kind of looked at some ideas, but we would have to work with Superintendent Jones and his team to determine, are these the correct areas as it aligns to the board's initiatives? Are there other areas where we take this out? But these are some of the things that we looked at for us. But in order to get a clear shot of what those items would be, we would have to spend some time in the system and understand the data. Do you understand what the 4-year cohort is for graduation versus a 5-year cohort? Because that happens. You have a 4-year cohort rate, and sometimes you have a 5-year cohort rate. Next slide. So we built the plan on some stages, stage 1, 2, and 3. And what will we do? And so part of stage 1 is actually coming in, engaging the district, talking to the board. What is it you feel you need? Talking to Superintendent Jones, and what do you think? And how do we work collaborative together? This work cannot be done successfully with us all not being a team with a single focus. And the idea is like bring students back to Flint. And why do kids want to come back to Flint, right? Because you have this, you're going to have a nice building coming up, right? And you're going to have high graduation rates. But how do you tell your story? Is that story actually out there? Because it's one thing for you to tell your story. It's a different thing when a mama's talking to another mom in the store and say, oh no, this is what happened to my kid and they did this, this, and this. And then it becomes that much more powerful. So how do we build those pieces out? As you look at stage 2, you'll see we talk about focus group with stakeholders, students, parents, district staff, collecting information. We talked to Superintendent Jones. What is it you want to hear? Like, what questions might you want to hear from the kids? What would you want to know? And build that information together as a team. And then we'd analyze school climate, engagement, and SEL needs. And then review resource allocations. Are they in alignment? Is that what you were thinking? Sometimes you're a new board member and there's so much information that comes at you from the system, you're like, whoa, right? And sometimes you've been on the board for a while, or sometimes you just watch the board and you know what to do. But how do we bring that all together so when you come together to monitor your strategic plan with those initiatives, that it is aligned and you see, yes, we are making growth toward this, or maybe we need to tweak this, or maybe that didn't make sense when we wrote it and maybe we need to do an addendum, but you don't know unless you have some data to measure the progress. So we looked at how do we come in and collect the data, synthesize it, look at trend gaps. I've started to look at some gaps. I mean, they're pretty much what you probably already know, like sometimes males don't score as high as females, but if you really look deep, we looked at secondary, but we also went back and looked at some of the scores in elementary and trended them out over time, and what does that mean? Because when you talk about a graduation initiative, it's not just about seniors. Like, how are kids doing in the 8th grade? How are kids doing in the 11th grade on the test? And all those high-stake tests that they take. And how do you talk to Superintendent Jones, and Superintendent Jones shares with you the work that he's doing to continue to move that needle up. So it's not a secret for the board or the superintendent or the community. We are all in it together. Next slide. Okay. So when we were having a conversation, right, that's the end of the presentation with Mr. Greene, but we were having this conversation, I was sharing with Superintendent Jones and the board president, part of what we do at the Urban Academy is connect folks to other folks doing good work. Open Up Resources is a nonprofit, and they are coming out with Humanizing Mathematics National Pilot Framework. They will be piloting this framework at 50 schools across the country to see how it works. It is really driven in this work when we talk about DEI and cultural competencies. That math work is deeply embedded. So kids see themselves doing math. So if you look at some of your scores, I was like looking at scores and say maybe this might be a great opportunity for them. Regardless of if we are approved or not, this is on the table for you. If you want an opportunity to have one of your lower performing schools in elementary be a part of this pilot for free, they would get all the materials and they would get professional development at zero cost to see, like, can we see a difference? This math, next slide, is actually built by my very good friend, Dr. Christopher, oh, you went the other way, Dr. Christopher Childs. Dr. Christopher Childs has taught math at the college level, at the collegiate level, and he is a visionary around this work. And I told him, if they decide to pilot, we're going to bring you in here, Chris, to talk to them for free. You come in for free to talk to him about the work, because what he knows as a black male, his struggles from learning math, and where math didn't make sense to him until he met a teacher that looked like him, and he said, then it all started to click in. So how does that work? So here's just a free opportunity. Next slide, please. For you all to decide, specifically for you, Superintendent Jones, if there's a school that you want to look at it, you have the webpage. You do not have to, but it's an opportunity that you have if you want to let a school pilot it for free and have a deeper dive, and happy to have him speak to a school that's interested and that you might be interested in and what that would look like. Now, time for questions.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here tonight. I just been taking notes, so bear with me as I go through them, but I'm thinking about our stakeholders, so our kids, our staff, our leadership, our colleagues on the board, the Flint taxpayers, and then I think about what's in the presentation, and I think about our partners at the Flint Center for Educational Excellence, at Michigan State Universities, our partnership with the State Department of Education, and also our partnership with the CS Mott Foundation. Then I think if you guys, you're consultants, so you are vendors, I want to make sure that any decision that I make is a good use of our taxpayer dollars, or in other decisions, also dollars from our partners who give us money to support programs like these. So I want to know what's not already done or duplicative with our partners at the CS Mott Foundation, or at the Flint Center for Educational Excellence, or MSU, or at the state level? And how would you distinguish yourself from them? And then my second question is, what's been your experience working with urban districts like Flint in aging states where we have less than 3,000 students when the majority of the population is black?
So I'll start with the first one.
Okay.
We don't know everything that they do, the other organizations, but part of the discussions that we've had was about it should not duplicate efforts, right? Because that is a waste of money. So I used to sit up there just like you. I would never put my board in a place where, as they have to approve boards, that they would have to say, well, we thought it was better. What we tried to look for is where would a good entry point be? And based on a lot of the data we know from members of the staff talked about that there's strong work in the elementary levels, but they feel like that as they go to middle school and secondary school, some of that kind of weakens. This is just from what we had in a meeting as a group together. So we would not want to duplicate efforts. Actually, that's why we talked about we got to come in and pull the data. We should be working together and looking at the gaps so that we ensure we close those gaps. But that can't be done until we get into a deep dive and work with the superintendent to do it.
Okay. And then the second question was, what's what's an example of a similar district where you've done work and there's been improvements, but specifically an urban district where the state's aging, where they've been, mostly black students and a declining enrollment?
Well, for me, this is kind of a unique situation. I have worked in urban districts before, but nothing that matches exactly what's happening here in Flint.
Okay.
But the results are there. I mean, we worked in Jackson Public Schools for 4 years, and during that time, every school that we worked in went up from whatever level they were in. Most of them were F, and we focused on elementary and middle schools at that time. And you saw tremendous growth there. Now, we're no longer in that district because things happened, but bottom line, we had high success there. And I moved actually into that area just to make sure I was a part of that team across the board. So I can't really speak exactly to answer that question, but we have experience. I know I have as far as the work that we've done. And I'm sure that Tracy has some very similar experience too.
So I'm going to speak to my work particularly. I think some of the challenges in large urban districts are some of the same challenges in small districts, especially when it comes to African-American students finishing the finish line. If I think about the work in 3 districts that I've been at, we've had challenges when you look at the disaggregated number of closing the gap for students with disabilities and students who are ELL and African-American or minority students specifically. And you have to do the work a little differently culturally. Some people will say, oh, it should all work for everybody, but it doesn't, right? Like, it is very different when I'm having a conversation with a family who believes that teachers don't like their kids or think that the teachers come with something already against their kids. So you have to have deep conversations and understand the work around like how kids feel. So that's why I led with student voice. Do we have an issue with how kids feel about how people feel about them in the system first, or vice versa? And then we created a plan that looked very different. I mean, we had a plan that attacked African-American males and Hispanic males straight out. And were families upset? Yep. But their graduation rate was 50% less than everybody else's, so you got to do something different. That difference, I think, looks different for every community. What works in one community won't work in the other community, but you don't know that until you pull the data and have a good understanding. Maybe we do this work, and Dr. Jones said this part of it is great. Thank you very much for this data. This data, we already got that, right? So how can we work through that and build a longer-term plan? But until we truly get involved with the community and get some assets and learn what's working and talk to Dr. Jones, and I know Kelly and I have had some conversations about her love language and what works, we wouldn't be able to give you a definitive answer of what would be different, but we give you a definitive answer of what we could do based on what we've heard from the board members already and what challenges we see in the data, and also how you progress monitor your data, whether you use us or anyone else, right? It's important, I feel like as a board member and a superintendent, if you're saying a 5% graduation rate and nobody here could write down that answer, or maybe you did, great, but if you didn't, like, you should know where the system is moving toward, right? And how do we do that together? And if that can be done and there's a way to structure that, maybe that's all that's needed, right? Like, so we're not saying everything, but we don't know everything until we really get in and look at that data and see where the needs. And frankly, Superintendent Jones and I talked about, like, here's where he sees a real weakness, here's where he sees a real strength. We do not want to duplicate efforts because you, for sure, are the fiduciary responsibility of the board to take care of the money.
Right, and I get it. Look, I mean, like, I work in business. I know words like innovation, data-driven, opportunity, but I'm just looking at this contract. It's over 3 years of 6 figures, and I'm thinking in my head, if we're already doing this work, then what would be done differently than the current work being done? Because there are gaps, right? We don't have a 100% graduation rate. Our students had 100% reading and math. If they were, we wouldn't have you here in front of us. But I just worry about, okay, if we're already doing this, then what are we doing wrong, and what would we do different, and how do we justify that when this 3 period is over for you to approve it? And if there were gaps that were being filled, or there were gaps that you guys didn't need to come in, would this price adjust? Because it's not, it's not inexpensive, but I can see why it would be at that level. So that's where my head's at. I would ask Mr. Jones, if he could, through the president, I would encourage you to really engage your leadership and your school staff and our partners in this before we approve it, to know what your recommendation is. But that's my suggestion, because I'm not sure who they've spoken to within our ecosystem, what's being done now and what's not being done, but they couldn't list what wasn't duplicative, and that is a concern for me.
Yeah. So I'm not under the understanding that this is a action item.
No, it's just information presentation. I'm just saying, that's where my head's at.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. Trustee McIntyre.
Hello.
Thank you for coming. Okay, thank you for coming. It's a lot of information, it's a lot of data. I'm really encouraged by what I see initially. And I think, like I said, I'm still processing. But I want to address some of the things that Trustee Luna said, because I'm coming at this from a very different angle. For me, this whole concern about duplicating efforts and the fact that you can't answer that or something, that's not the right question. Like, that's not your responsibility in a way. We have partners that, since I've been on the board, I have been admonishing and calling out for not being colonial overseers and being true partners to the district. What we have, I see, is a land grab and a grant grab and a nonprofit industrial complex that is taking advantage of our district because we have a lot of grant and title dollars. We're a district that isn't comparable to another district. We're a unicorn for a variety of reasons, being that we are the original community school model. And I think I've mentioned this before, that community school model goes back to 1926, where it was originated by the Mott Foundation and Frank Manley, and it was predicated on segregation. So there's a lot that's right with the community school model, but there's a lot that's wrong with it. And we have MSU, the Center for Educational Excellence, used to be Youth Quest, the CRIM Foundation. It's CRIM 2.0. I find that insulting. We criticized our so-called partners with the CRIM Foundation. We had a lot of criticisms about how they treated our culture and our climate, and how the actual students and staff were interacting with the CRIM Foundation. Now, on paper, it looked great, right? They got the grant money, they got the grants, but in action, it didn't necessarily always translate. And so the CRIM Foundation Youth Quest went away, and it got replaced with the Center for Educational Excellence. Mott Foundation, like I said, MSU, it's not whether you're going to be duplicating these services, it's whether these services right now that are being provided by these so-called partners are actually the right service, the right things that we need. And what you're suggesting, what you're offering, wouldn't necessarily be duplicating the services, but I'm going to say it out loud, and it's not going to be very popular in some circles. It might be replacing some of these services. And in my opinion, and I'm just a single board member, it's time some of these things got replaced, and I've been calling for this since even before I've been on the board. Some of these things are not working. We've gotten too complacent. Some of these institutions, some of these nonprofit corporations have gotten too comfortable with the grant trough that's been churning out money and salaries and programs for decades. Now, that may be a moot point in the future because we may not even have money. We may not even have a Department of Education title dollars or grant dollars. But right now, what I want to see from the board is to investigate and to look into what it is that we need, whether these so-called partners are providing any of that, and whether we want you to provide it in addition to some of the unique things that you have to offer. Like, maybe you can be doing it better, right? Because I'm looking at some of these things and I'm really encouraged by your success rates, your results, about how you're going at it, because some of this way that you're approaching data is frankly a lot more, I'm a sociologist. I teach data, I teach research methods. In my view, I'm getting some of the answers that I've been asking for a long time that haven't had any answers. I mean, the questions I've been asking that haven't had answers. Like, why is this happening? Like, why do we have a SIG grant, for example, a 5-year SIG grant, and all of our programs get cut when we have a SIG grant? Why, we have a school improvement grant, and I know I'm beating a dead horse. How many times have I said this? You've all heard me say this before. But under the SIG grant, we got rid of dual enrollment, AP classes, our IB program, and all of the special, improvement things that grant was supposed to bolster. So I want answers, and the answers I've gotten haven't been forthcoming, or they've just been inadequate. And so what I want is to have us do a deep dive and look at this. Now, I'm not saying we take any action necessarily now, but we need to have a bigger conversation, because it's not, for me, it's not taken for granted that MSU, the Center for Educational Excellence, the Mott Foundation are going to continue to do what they've been doing, because it hasn't worked. So that's where I'm at right now. I still have questions. I still have to process this, so thank you.
Trustee Rutherford?
All right, thank you. Thank you all for your presentation. For me, you guys are a breath of fresh air. I've been one to ask for data. I would love to go back as far as 2017,
Sure.
up to current, and I think the data will speak for itself.
Yes.
And with you all stating, I think I read somewhere that you stand behind your work, and if we're not satisfied, you're willing to give back some of the money.
Yes, ma'am. That was the next thing I was going to
That
address.
speaks volumes.
Thank you. Absolutely.
I don't think any partner has ever said that.
Yes, ma'am.
What was important to me was the data. I read it. It's a lot of information, but my conversation with your chief of staff at the dinner, that sold it for me, because her approach was as if a white canvas. You all approach districts where they are, not where you think they are or where they should be, but where they are and based on where the state wants them to be. For me, you put it in writing, you show it, you can explain it, and looking at you all's credentials, your credentials kind of mirror what you're saying, and I believe you all care. And when you care about something,
Yes.
it's not about the dollar. It's about the results. And with the direction that the district is going, you all are what we need. Because what's going on is not helping. It's not working, because when you're succeeding at doing something, you show your work.
Yes.
I haven't seen it.
Yes.
And this is my 3rd year on the board. So I say to you all, I'm leaning towards a good yes. And
Thank you.
based on what I haven't seen everything, but based on my conversation again with your chief of staff and just her conversation and about the data and how you all use your information that you gather firsthand. I like empirical data. I don't like secondhand. And to utilize that to put together your processes and your plan, that works for me. So thank you for this time.
Thank you. Trustee King?
Thank you for your presentation. I was listening to it. Thank you for this bundle of information for me to digest. I would ask my colleagues to, our chair of academics, we have a committee of the whole. We allow our superintendent and academics team to present that information that's requested from our colleagues about the programs that we have, right? We can actually do that assessment. I think that's what the board has not kind of engaged in a while, right? Because we was focused on fixing some internal struggles, right? Becoming functional. becoming financially literate, basically on school finance, right? They're moving forward with high school. There's a lot that we have been talking about, right? There's been some steps to our progress. The next step, I believe, which what I hear today, is a good conversation to have at Academics Cal to allow our academics team to present, hey, here's all the programs. I'm hearing colleagues say that they don't see the data. Hearing colleagues say about programs that just got reinstated, right? I think it's just time for us to have that academic discussion, and that's what's on the agenda. Because oftentimes, when we have academics on the agenda, there's, like, look at the agenda now. We have so much before it. We never have time to really dial in into academics like as I hear my colleagues want. So I would recommend us have our academic chair, we call it academic committee of the whole, allow our superintendent to present the programs that we have and the questions, and we come ready for questions and we send them so we're able to be answered and have that discussion. Because some of the things, I mean, we've been presented to several times about academics from MSU partnerships with all kind of partnerships, right? If we want to do a deep dive into the programs that we have, let's do it. I'm all for it. But thank you for coming, right? I appreciate the information also highlights of which you have proven your track record. I appreciate that. But what I hear from my colleagues is that I don't know from what the district is presenting, which, and I would say we do know, but we also set aside time to actually focus on specific academics. That's in my opinion. I would be for having an academic Cal, we have that conversation first before we approve something like this, right? So we all have a good grasp. That should be my request.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excuse me, we have to go.
This is just
A point of information, point of information. We're gonna go by round, then if you wanna speak, Perkins gonna speak, then you can add.
Okay.
That, you know, so they can just keep it flow.
I was just gonna let him know this is just a presentation.
Yeah,
It's not an
get you.
action item.
Mhm. Thank you.
That's not true. Trustee Perkins.
Thank you for coming. I really was intently listening to the presentation, and I feel like a lot of your presenting would be of benefit to this district, because I'm looking at the growth that I saw in your presentation. And it's like, put your money where your mouth is, you know, kind of thing with me. One major thing for me is the elementary students.
Yes.
I think that's the foundation of where our scholars will learn. And I liked all of the action items that you presented. I thought it was just really on point. So I kind of lean with Sister Trustee Relaford on that one. So I'm leaning just like she is on that one.
Thank you. Trustee Booth.
Oh, I'm fine. I just wanted to say thank you again too for presenting. And I was gonna address Trustee King. You know, we're not voting on anything right now. We're letting them present so that we can hear what they have to say.
Thank you. I think I need to do a little point of information here. Based on last week, you guys were supposed to be here, and we had the council, and we had spoke about you doing your presentation here, and there is an action item on here, and it's a couple of things that's on here. But for me to speak on what I have heard, we had you guys to fly in a week or so ago, meet with some of the executive team. The academic team put on a presentation, a great presentation. You guys worked very well and gathered data from that presentation. And I think at that particular, at Southwestern, was the principal, your executive director, your chairperson, Linda Booth, myself, and Vice President McIntyre, along with the superintendent staff. One of the reasons that I reached out to you and your company was that for 4 years I sit on this board, and this board was clueless about understanding the data of academics. I reached out to you to actually be a consultant and help this district get out of this downfall. We've been here 4 years. We done invested $156 million from the north side in these different schools. $156 million. Dorado, Brownell's, Holmes. And our children, you stand before us and you said we have improved 1%. I think the parents, we owe these parents. When your parents and your constituents reaching out to you, when are you guys going to do something different? Your teachers are calling. When are we going to do something different? And they deserve that. They deserve that. The parent deserves that. The parent and the teacher help guide this board and making the necessary decision that we need to make. Here it is, 2025, and this district spent $156 million, and the enrollment is still at $2,700. Every time you talk about closing schools, you're closing communities, you're closing minds, and even the poorest mother, which I was one time, I wanted my child to have a decent education. I wanted to be able, a single mom, is go to work knowing that I do not have to drive across town for my child to have the same academic right here in the city of Flint. Our children can do better. They can do better. But we've been doing this for 20-some years. When I came on this board 4 years ago, we still doing the same thing. It's embarrassing to be in the newspaper. It's embarrassing when our school is in the newspaper and our children is like this here, and the basic reading, writing, and arithmetic. We focus more on closing school than academic. This is the first time in 4 years, 4 years on this board, this is the first time that the student is talked about in this capacity. First time that we can just sit down and have this conversation. This board does not understand the data. We don't understand what you're talking about. That's why you asked about the 5%. We don't know that. We got to learn how, as a board, to have a policy. You said that you was counseling, that you come in and you be a consultant for the board. Help us, help the community, and get a grip on these children's education while we have the opportunity to get a grip on this education. Number two, you offer something. I didn't ask you for nothing. I was telling you about, we're trying to close, they want to close the school in a high taxpayer area, and we call repurposing and closing. Repurposing and closing. Rather than close this particular school, not to call it out, it's Nethercutt, here you come in with a program, free, offering human math, gonna pay for everything that's in it for our children. They worth, whatever this contract say, I done seen her throw away more money than that. But when it comes to this education, it's a problem. We're not saying nothing wrong with MSU, can continue to do what they're doing, but this board needs you to help us, help this community, help the teachers. I listen to the teacher. I am not for closing schools. What I'm for is building a program where parents wake up every morning and say, my child is going to a school that address their issues. We don't have curriculum, what you're talking about, that addressing this issue. I think collectively and collaboratively, we can work together on both sides of the fence. Evidently, there's something missing. 15,000 kids here in Flint, only 2,700 wants to come to your school. We got to listen, we got to have some guts, and put these children first. That's right. I've been here 4 years. I'm tired of talking about land. I'm tired of talking about closing. I'm sick of it. My last 2 years in 2026, I guaranteed you, we're gonna raise the level of education. The little money that we got, it behold all of us to invest that money into these children. They deserve it. The teachers deserve a raise. They deserve it. They deserve it. They've been poisoned. Then I had the pandemic. But one thing I can say about this board, every ESSER dollar, $150-some million, along working with the superintendent, we didn't steal nothing, am I correct? We didn't take nothing. We didn't have to give nothing back. Because what? We wanted to renovate and bring that community back up. But you cannot build a beautiful house and not put something in it. That's right. I'm saying today it is an action item. You done flew here once, you done flew here twice, right. And it's time for this board to make a decision. I would love to see Nethercutt School have this program and repurpose it, because it doesn't have to be closed if you put something in it. Anybody else want to speak?
If you don't mind, I'd like to quickly address, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Perkins.
No, you done spoke. Anybody else want to speak?
Anyone else have any
Teray
questions?
spoke, but,
Okay, Teray.
I thought Ms. Perkins had something.
Oh, did you want to?
how many rounds to speak? Hold on 1 second.
Did you want to speak?
No, I'll wait. Yeah, I can.
Well, they
Thank
gonna
you.
get it.
Go ahead, Mr.
You
King.
keep the ones who speak.
Teray, you have anything you want to say? You can.
Never mind.
You good?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Claudia,
okay.
you have anything else?
I wanted to call for the question, I did.
Okay, you can call your.
Well, I'm calling for the question.
There's no motion on the floor, is there?
No, we were just having a discussion, and I think the discussion probably, if there's no more discussion,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I would be remiss if I didn't say, I understand the data. I'm sorry. I think a couple of us do up here. So let me just say that, you all. A couple of us understand the data,
right.
but if you don't have it, you can't, analyze it. But first of all,
Well, now, that's a good point.
okay, yeah, my nerves got bad when you said that. But I think that for
Point of information.
go ahead.
Did you guys just agree, or
I need you not to highlight that.
That was a question.
No, but when it comes to the students, I think my record speaks for itself, the students and the teachers. That's the core of the district. And if this is going to, one, put our partners on alert, as they say, game on, let's go.
That's right.
Somebody else done entered the field that they beating their chest. This is what we can do. And you've had all these years to do what you're going to do. And I looked at the MDE report, and I saw the 1%, and that's unacceptable.
Yeah.
1% is unacceptable. And it looks like that's been the last couple of years of being 1%, and we're better than that. So, that's yeah, wow.
Madam Chair? Yeah, I do got to say something, I'm sorry. I don't want to minimize the work this district has been doing as it pertains to academics, because for two and a half years now, been on this board, we've finally become functional, stable leadership, civil discussion at the table. This district, in the past, right, you had the Board of Education trampling, arguing back and forth. You had an unstable leadership. There's an unreasonable expectation for us to think that we're supposed to skyrocket after this district has been misled due to lack of leadership prior to us here. Now that we are in a position to lead civilly at the table, respectfully disagree. Our superintendent, we approve our superintendent for a 5-year contract. We have a stable leadership at the table. We have stable leadership in our internal ranks. Now giving our administration team the wind to fly versus curtailing them. That's where you see a 1%. But what I see currently, right, I see growth inside of not just our superintendent, our principals, and our teachers. I don't want to minimize the work that has been put in. You have teachers used to be watching live stream 5,000 views to chaos. We no longer have that. You don't have to worry about teachers worrying about what happened at the board meeting last night, and educators you don't have to worry about that. Now it's up to us as a Board of Education that's now functional and strong and united to demand more. I'm with you with that. But I don't want to minimize the fact that now we have become stable and functional. That's when we start seeing growth. But prior years, we haven't seen growth due to the fact of unstable leadership. Now we have it. I just want to make sure I say that because it is, it's frustrating to hear us talk about plans and closing buildings, because at the end of the day, student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Adult behaviors change at this table. And until we continue to change, right, student outcomes will change. Closing buildings, I understand it. I've been through all the school closures. I've been through them. The only one at the table been through school closures. I get the effect. Yes, I do. But keeping buildings open with low utilization rate closes opportunities for kids that when you have non-certified teachers teaching them. I'm hearing it to my colleagues. I cannot go without saying I want to commend the work that we've been doing. Yes, we can do more. But to hear the minimization and that comments, it was just I just couldn't let it go, because you got to give us credit for being functional and civil at the table as we're supposed to be. That's the expectation. Finally getting there, and I'm excited to see what we do moving forward with the civilness and the functionality. Thank you.
Do board members have any more comments?
Yes, I want to say,
Is your mic on?
oh,
Is your mic on?
your mic is on? No, you need to pull it closer.
Okay. Do you board members have any more comments?
I do want to address Trustee King. I don't think we minimizing anyone. What we saying, it is time to step out of the box and move forward as it relates to growth of a child, of a student. It's easy for an adult to grow because all you got to do is kind of sit back and listen and pay attention, take some classes. So if there's any dysfunction, that is because of it's a lack of ignorance. However, we're talking about the growth of the students, not the adults. We're not putting down any department in this board. Every car should have a spare. And right now, we need that spare because we're running out of time. And if we're gonna turn this around, because I'm requesting, it's a plea, in order for us to get through this legislation, we're gonna need parents to bring your children back to Flint Public School. Amen. The reason that I have you here, you've been talking to my ear, you've been speaking to me. I've been here 20 years, created a school, early childhood school, at-risk school, and parents, your children can read. Achievement is about confidence. We got to build this community confident back up. Our children should be happy getting up, coming to Flint Public School. Charter school has just as many problems as we have. They don't have all certified teachers. They have a belief system. Even when the child is failing, We're saying that I'm asking these experts to come in to give us a helping hand for your children. This is about the children. We're gonna have to galvanize, we're gonna have to come together as a community. You're gonna have to come back into these public schools where Flint has control over the academic. We have control in this public school. We have great teachers. We have great substitute teachers. And let's not forget our paraprofessionals. Let's not forget our neighborhood association. And I called every last one of them, and some of you are on Zoom, because I wanted you to see, you've been asking me, I got special need kids, I got handicapped kids. If I die today, you got grandmother raising children. If I die today, I'm concerned that they won't make it to the next level. I didn't come on this board to make sure that adults have a better behavior issue. I came on this board and I took an oath for the greater outcome of the children. And I really thank you for what you have offered us. I would like to move forward because I'm not saying that I can read the data, but on the data that you give me, but I don't understand where this data is coming from. This is what I'm talking about. You can give me a spreadsheet, you can put on the greatest PowerPoint. I cannot dive into that and find out where little Joe at, where little Mary is at, what's going on at their house, why are they failing? The board has that responsibility, and the 4 years I've been out here now, and I heard a couple of my trustees, I've been listening to them, they have issues. They want to get out into the community. We want to get involved in a whole lot of things, but we got to understand this academic. It's easy for you to come in here and show me a bunch of bullet points, and that's good. But this is lies up on the board. This is not putting anybody down. The board needs to understand and listen to the community. That is what we're doing. I appreciate you. I'm not going to hold you up a long time. And if we can pass this up, I would love to see this in another cup repurposing.
Yes, ma'am, and I appreciate that, but I really like to say a few things before you guys are done. First of all, I want to thank you guys again for the opportunity to come and speak with you, and I'd like to address a few things. You mentioned the concept of doing something different. You're looking at different. That's what I've been doing all of my years in education. So one of the things I want to make sure I make clear, we have been doing this for 20 years. And the reason why have survived so long in this business, which is a very cutthroat business, the reason I've survived so long is because we make a difference where we go. People call us when they're in need, and we come. When I was asked to come to Flint, I just thought about the idea, okay, wait, why would I come to this cold place up here? Why would I come to this place? But I came on my own dime. Because I want to make a difference. That's what I've been doing. That's what I care about. I'm not here to necessarily make money. Yes, I don't want to go broke doing this. And the people that work for me need to make a living. But I want to make a difference. And that's why we're here. And I don't know what else is going on in your district, but I can guarantee you they're not going to make a difference like we do. Now, one more thing I'd like to really address that you mentioned earlier, Ms. Relaford. And that's the fact that we do guarantee the work that we do. We do that in every contract that we offer because we basically come in. That's why we have to go through this process because we have to figure out exactly what's going on and then lay out some specific goals that you all agree to. And then we go forward from there. Now, those goals are going to be measurable, and we will have constant reporting from us to show that we're actually working toward those goals. Whether we're being successful or not, you'll know. And last but not least, I want to just make sure that this is clear too. When it comes to making a difference in a district, we don't just want to come and make money. We leave money behind. We give back to the communities that we're working in all the time. And so I don't know what's been going on up here, but I do want to be a part of what's happening now. And so I'll leave that up to you guys to decide that. Tracy.
Well, being a former superintendent, I just keep locking eyes with you, Kalvin and Dr. Joe, superintendent. It is important that we work together because there is so much information that the superintendent and his executive team have that will help us craft a plan that is based on need, and for improvement for the system. And that can only happen when we take a deep dive. What I hear Trustee Relaford said is she got the data, she know it, she own it, right? Then over here, well, I ain't never seen the data. Right there's a discrepancy. Something is happening in the system, and we all have to have open minds. Maybe it's that you don't understand the data, and how do we make it plain enough for you to say, oh, I got it, right? And maybe those conversations aren't happening, or maybe they are happening. But I want to be clear about this work is definitely a partnership with the superintendent and his team, because that's the only way we're going to get to a better outcome. And then to Trustee Luna, like I have to tell you, when you said vendor, Urban Superintendents Collaborative is a group of superintendents who do work. We partner with folks who want to be partners, not vendors. We don't take everybody's money, because everybody ain't for kids. One of the things that I liked about Green Solution was how many people have come to this table and said, if we don't do it, we're going to discount or give it back or give you more money. Like, we're not going to just take your money and say, oh, well, it was the kids. We want to work with people who want to work with districts and give back. I think when I sat down with the superintendent and the board president and they told me the story of Flint, I haven't even told you my history of turnaround. I turn around schools and I turn around districts, right? Because I care about kids. Because all the money in the world don't change a child's life. If they exit our system and they're not prepared, then that is on us, each one of us. And we have to highlight the teachers. Like, so when we talk about the work, when I saw the graduation initiative, there are people in this building that you might not even know doing amazing things. How can we highlight that and bring that to the forefront with the superintendent and the board? Right? Notice I keep saying the superintendent and the board. While I know that the board is contracting us, that work can't be efficient and effective if we are not working as one. And that would happen after we come up with a plan that the superintendent would say, yes, this makes sense to me. This is where we could grow, because this is already amazing.
Yes.
But I do believe anytime any system thinks 1% is enough, then I ask them would they want to be the 99% left behind. Not for my kid, and my kid had a special education. She had an IEP. She graduated on time and went to a 4-year college and got done, because there's a high expectation for every kid who walks through the door. And we appreciate the opportunity, and the opportunity might not be the right opportunity, but we have had discussions, so that is how we showed up today, based on discussions we have had and how we could support.
Okay. Thank you, Tracy Davis and Wendell Greene. Your presentation was very good. We appreciate you both taking time to come all the way to Michigan to present to us and our audience.
It was a pleasure.
Now I'll turn this meeting back over to the board president.
Thank you, Trustee Booth and Green Education. Board member, I'm seeking a motion and a second from the board to approve the Urban Superintendent Collaborative and Green Education Service proposal.
Board President, I make a motion to approve the Urban Superintendents Collaborative, Inc. and Green Education Services proposal.
Is there a second?
Support.
Who chair? I'm sorry.
I am.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, cool. Madam Chair.
It's been a motion by Claudia,
Yes.
and second by Linda Booth. It has been properly moved and second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I do. I thought this was just a presentation, not an action item. So I'm wondering where on the agenda that we agreed this was supposed to be an action item versus a presentation. Because I didn't come here today. I came here to listen. I didn't come here to vote on a contract we just got today and not yesterday, not last week.
Thank you.
Right? So I'm not done. I'm
Okay.
not done.
You're
So,
done?
no,
Oh,
I'm not.
okay.
Not yet.
Point of information. Isn't a motion always in order?
Yeah, it's
Motion
been
is
motion
always
second,
on.
yeah. And he's just having a discussion. He's saying how he
Yeah,
feels.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, 100%. I'm just speaking my,
Okay.
my comment. Yeah. I wasn't prepared, and we talk about no surprises, right? I wasn't prepared to vote for a contract tonight. And if I'm not mistaken, right, this is contract in here we're talking about, right? That's what we're voting on? Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Trustee Relaford.
I wasn't ready to vote either, but after the presentation, why wait?
Thank you. Any more discussion? Trustee,
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, I said that I was still processing information, and that doesn't mean I'm not ready to go. I'm going to be processing information because you're the type of partners who are always going to be giving me a lot of homework. I can see that. So, and I appreciate that, and that's what I've been asking for, and that's what I need. I'm quite frankly surprised that there's surprise by my colleagues or my fellow trustees, because this isn't your first trip to Michigan.
Right.
And we've had a lot of information. You've done a presentation before. This is the public one. This is the one we're sharing with the public. So I appreciate that, and you know, I look forward to working with you if this goes through.
any more discussions? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve the Urban Superintendent Collaborative Incorporation and Greene Education Service proposal will be conducted by a roll call vote. Trustee King?
No.
Trustee Relaford?
Yes.
Trustee Luna?
Yes.
Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Trustee Booth?
Yes.
Vice President McIntyre?
Yes.
And myself, yes. 6 yes, 1 no. The motion passed.
We look forward to working with you all.
Thank you very much. We have, I know you guys got to get on the road and you got to catch a plane, but right in the back here, Pam can probably assist you. We make sure that you have something to eat, refreshment.
And
Thank
we will be having a Dr. Harvell on.
He's
and-
coming next.
And in the future, like, not necessarily right now,
Oh,
but we
okay.
would love for you to meet with him, because
Something different.
it would fit seamlessly with what you're doing, and he's one of our partners.
Is he on now? Is he coming on now? Because I'm
Is he
going to
on?
call you.
Okay.
Now I would like to turn the floor over to Vice President McIntyre for the introduction of our next presenter. And this would be by Zoom.
Oh, there he is, okay. So, right now I'd like to introduce a very good friend of mine, a colleague, a fellow sociologist. He was a former president of the Michigan Sociological Association. He's a professor at the Henry Ford College. Flint native, Flint born and raised. His dad's still living here. I apologize, Dr. Harvell, I can't remember your high school, but I told you you had to give your own introduction. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Kalvin Harvell to the board and to the community, because he's got a lot of exciting things to share. Dr. Harvell?
Good evening. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. You know how these microphones are. One day they're working fine, the next day they are not. I want to make sure that you all can hear me well. First of all, I'd like to say thank you all for allowing me to come into this particular space. I see this as a privilege. I want to give a greeting to the Honorable Board of Flint Public Schools. I want to, I guess, start off by saying that I am not a benevolent outsider who thinks they know what's best for Flint or what's best for the kids in Flint or what's best for the schools in Flint. I actually care about Flint. As Professor McIntyre has said, I was born and raised in Flint. This is my first time hearing that Nethercutt is going to be closing. I went to Nethercutt School, and then I went to Flint Academy, the real Flint Academy on McClellan Street, and then we, of course, transferred over to Flint Southwestern Academy. I graduated from Flint Southwestern Academy. I am, as Vice President McIntyre has said, a professor of sociology at Henry Ford College. But today what I wanted to somewhat talk about is an organization that I work with, or a group that I essentially am the coordinator of. I coordinate something called the Black Male and Queens Focus Group. It's an academic and social support network for students on the campus of Henry Ford College. However, we work outside of that particular college. What we essentially do is we do everything to make sure that students are going to be successful, not only in terms of college, but in terms of getting the necessary skills that they need to go forward, to graduate from college, to transfer to the next space and do whatever it is that they essentially need to do. Now, one of the things that we always focus on is that we do not focus on how things should be. I think too often we focus on how things should be, how things
need to be, we have to focus on the realities that are at hand. So we have to focus on issues such as food insecurity, focus on issues such as housing insecurity, focus on issues, and I love what you all were saying about having the parents involved, but we have to focus on the reality of the situation that some parents are just not going to be involved. And so what do we do as educators to essentially fill in those particular gaps? And again, notice I'm not saying it's some type of an achievement gap. We don't believe in that. We believe in an access gap. And what we argue in terms of the focus group is that as long as students have access, they can be successful in anything, and they will be successful. So as I said, we're an academic and social support network. What our research has found, this is the research that I've done within my particular group, and this is some national research as well, is that students' academic problems, a lot of times we dismiss students, we discount students because we're always operating from a deficit model. What we have found is that these academic problems really are more or less social problems, i.e., if I'm suffering from food insecurity, how can you expect me to engage in reading, writing, and arithmetic? If I'm suffering from housing insecurity, how can you expect me to want to read the next Walt Whitman poem? The stuff has no meaning to me. And I want to be honest with you, I was one of those students that did not have a connection properly in terms of school. I don't want to say anything bad about, this is not a critique of Flint Public School. This was a lot of just me, just stuff just didn't connect with me. It wasn't until I was able to find those types of connections to where education became extremely valuable for me. So today, and I'm not coming here again to ask you all for something, I'm coming here to sort of share and talk about some of the work that I've been doing, because every time that I volunteer in Flint, every time that I give a talk in Flint, one of the things that I keep getting asked is, how come your group does not serve Flint in a sense? Or how come you all are not working in Flint? So for example, my group, my college students are come and they volunteer in places. So we volunteered in several of the churches in Flint, several volunteer days in Flint. My students, while they were volunteering, they've done tutoring. They have, read to students, did math. I remember once we were volunteering at a church, a young person said, Doc, do you know how to do any math? I said, I know how to do it, but I have some students here who are even better than what I am. His mother actually went home, got his books, brought the books back, and sit him down with one of my students for about 3 hours while they worked on mathematics. This is what my group essentially does. In my office, for example, when I talked about the notion of social support, I have a complete food pantry, a clothing pantry in my office. We offer tutoring. I have personally contacted every college and university in the state of Michigan because we want to make sure that our students are going to be able to transfer. So we have all of their information right there in my office at our fingertips for students to essentially have access to. Another thing that we want to make sure that we have in our office so that students can have access, of course, all these things can be done online, but that assumes that everybody has access to a computer. It assumes everybody has access to an internet, and that's just not the case. So within my own office space, we have computers, and I'm there with the students to sit down with them when it's time for them to transfer, to go to the next college, or to go and do whatever they need to do, whether it's filling out job applications or whatnot. We even have a clothing shelter. We always talk to students about how they need to be able to present themselves, but we don't do anything to assist them. So one of the things that I have in my office is we have suits and ties and skirts and shoes and things of this nature so the students can actually go out do their jobs. I teach students how to tie ties and things of this nature all of the time. So we're talking about those practical skills that often we're not discussing in terms of those things that are also important along with the pedagogical or the academic skills that are needed in terms of education, that are needed in terms of school. Some other things, just as a quick side note, that my group essentially does. We take students to colleges, to universities. We are Henry Ford College, so of course we are always focused on our students transferring into other spaces. And so one of the things that we actually do is we set up those transfer systems to make sure the students are going to be successful, not just at Henry Ford, but getting off to the University of Michigan or Grand Valley State or wherever it is that they're going to be transferring at. In fact, on the very first day of school, so your first day of school, I'm already talking to students about where are they transferring to. And so literally your first day of school, you don't have any credits whatsoever. I'm already talking to students about where they're going to be transferring to, and of course, where they're going to graduate school. And that's extremely important. And what's important about this is that we started off as a retention-based group. My group, we're no longer focused on retention. If you are part of the Black Belt Inclusion Focus Group, you are going to graduate, and not simply just graduate and just barely make it out. My students are graduating, going on with honors, and again, going on to the four-year schools. And I have several students that have went on to graduate school, several students that are producing graduate degrees right now at this particular moment. And so one of the things that I wanted to make sure that I just sort of talked about, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, is the things that we are doing, but one of the big things that I've been
been trying to connect with in terms of the city of Flint is every year we have conferences, okay? We have 2 conferences a year, the Essence of the Black Woman Conference and the Black Girl Retention and Success Conference. At these conferences, we've tried to make them into a one-stop system, whereas you can get everything that you need in this one day. So the typical conference, of course, you come in, there are a couple of sessions, you have a keynote, and you're done. At our particular conference, we have everything that you could possibly need to make you successful and to learn you and teach you about the campus culture, to learn you and teach you about college success. So we have the plenary sessions, okay? And of course, we have a general theme. We've had sessions on things such as financial literacy. We've had sessions on things such as law enforcement. We've had sessions on things, of course, in terms of history and some of the basic or the traditional academic things that you would see at a conference. Then, of course, we have our keynotes. Our keynotes come from all over the place. Our last conference, we had a gentleman, Dr. Pugh, who was the Dean of Dentistry at The Ohio State University. We just found out that this conference coming up, we're going to have Dr. Jason Young, who is a professor of history from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. In fact, I saw my colleague, Dr. Pamela Pugh, that was there earlier speaking to you all. She spoke at our Dr. Pugh will have to correct me. I think it was our 2nd annual Essence of the Black Woman Conference back in 2022, and she did a phenomenal job. So we have the best speakers that come and actually work as mentors for these students. On top of the conference, though, we have colleges and universities that actually come to recruit students. So if you come to one of our conferences, we have the recruiters that are actually right there on the campus. I'm talking about everybody. Of course, we want everybody to come to Henry Ford first, of course, right on, then transfer into other spaces. But we have everybody there. University's going to name a couple: University of Michigan, Grand Valley, Fair State, Wayne State, etc. And I cannot tell you how many students had never heard of some of these schools. They found out about them at the conference, they were recruited at the conference, and then they end up going to these schools in the fall, or going to these schools in the next year. Okay? The other thing that we do is, because of the distance, we always have what's called a historically Black college and university virtual tour. Because of the distance, sometimes they're not able to come and visit us. So we always have a virtual tour. Out of about 100 and so HBCUs, we've had at least 71 of them actually visit us virtually, so the students will be able to have access to those particular people, to those particular resources. And many of our students have gone on to be successful within those schools and be recruited by those particular schools. One of the best things about this conference is the entire conference is free. We went from a conference, our first year was 2019. We started off with 182 participants, which of course is wonderful. That's a nice sized conference. Our last conference, we had over 525 participants. And so what ultimately happens is that in many cases, we're connected with many of the high schools in the Detroit metropolitan area. In fact, we've had folks come as far as from Ohio, Maryland, Virginia, et cetera, to be at this particular conference. But a lot of our students come from the Detroit metropolitan area, from Southfield School, which of course is part of the Detroit metropolitan area, Ypsilanti, et cetera, et cetera. I've been trying to connect with Flint because I would love to see Flint come to this conference, get some of the information, get some of the resources. In fact, I forgot to mention this, we have a number of professionals that actually come to the conference, and they are recruiting. Students are getting internships, students are getting jobs, et cetera, when they are.
Dr. Harvell?
Yes.
When is the conference exactly?
Absolutely. Oh yes, I was going to get there.
I know.
Yes,
already there's excitement and we want to know.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I'm happy to hear that there is excitement. The conference this year is Friday, April 25th, 2025. Yes, Friday, April 25th, 2025. I thought I was saying that wrong. I'm sorry. And that's Friday, April 25th. It is at Henry Ford College in Dearborn, Michigan, 5101 Evergreen Road. And again, the entire conference is free. To make sure I mention this, we have a free strolling breakfast, and we have, from what I've heard, an unbelievable buffet style lunch, and everything is free for the students. And again, the things that we're able to do at this conference is simply amazing.
Hang on, just a minute, Doctor.
Yes, of course.
Were you saying to?
I didn't hear the dates. I didn't hear the dates clearly.
Friday,
just repeat,
April 25th.
and maybe slow down a little bit, because I'm used to having conversations with you.
Oh, okay.
But,
Thank you. 'Cause
but we're getting a little bit of an echo in the auditorium too.
Gotcha.
We just need to get to
So, and there was a question. It's free, right? It was because everyone keeps going, how much does it cost? I'm like, keep saying, it's free. The question is, how many students in Flint want to go, because they can go for free. And you were even saying you would provide buses?
Board members too?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
for board members, we've got,
Absolutely.
we can have buses, you're talking about all the food, everything, it's a good time, you make connections, might get all right, say the dates again, he's already said it
Yes.
twice.
All right, I'm going to slow down, and you all will have to forgive me. I got in here and I got excited, as I always do, and I told myself I was not going to be excited. Let me slow down some. The conference is going to be Friday, April 25th, 2025.
Friday,
At Henry Ford
April
College,
25th.
Yes. And I'll just throw this out here right now. We already have our keynote speaker, Dean Adrian Washington from the old Baltimore Community College, who's going to be at our Excellence of the Black Woman Conference. That's going to be Friday, October 17th, 2025. So I'll put that out there now for you.
Friday, October 17th is also another conference. Like, this man
Yes.
is prolific. I don't think he sleeps. And he's offering this as, I mean, here we talk about Greene Consultants, they're talking about, pre-K through 12. This is a seamless anti-prison, school-to-prison pipeline right here. If we can go, this is what Dr. Harvell specializes in. He's been how long have you been doing this? How many years have you been doing this?
I want to be honest with you. This is why I know the program is wonderful. I never wanted to go to college myself. My mentor at Grand Valley State University started this particular program. And when he started the program, the work that he was doing, I became a sponge around him. And he was the person who really got me involved in terms of how powerful education would be. I won't say what my grade point average was before I got into the program, but after getting into the program, my grade point average shot right to a 4.0 with consistency. And all of a sudden, I know my mom was happy because I started talking about going to graduate school. And so if we say how long, my students always joke and say that I'm the oldest member of the group and the longest term member of the group. This will be my Oh my goodness, this will be my 30th year as a member of the group.
Okay.
Now, as far as the group itself, it's been going strong. Every time I went to a different school, for example, in graduate school, I started this particular group. Now, at Henry Ford, it's been going strong for about nine years.
Okay, so this program, just to reiterate to the board, is a 9-year program. It's successful. It's scalable, it's replicable, and Dr. Harvell has resources and the ability, he's completely gets grants and funding for this. In fact, I think you've had to bat people away. People come to you with money saying, here you go, because it's such a successful program. And so you have your black male retention program and your Queens program, so you've got at least a couple of programs. You also have your virtual HBCU tours where you actually have colleges come in and recruit, and also to give students a direct line to community colleges, to technical programs, to other alternatives besides going on to school. You're saying you do like financial literacy, things like that. It's about supporting the whole student wherever they are for wherever they want to go. And here we have a native from the Flint Public Schools himself, who's very successful, who just wants to bring it back home because he's doing it with all these other school districts throughout Michigan and other states, and yet his own hometown is not collaborating with him as of yet. It's been a few years. We've really been trying to work on this. So I just kind of wanted to bring him here to kind of show you the resource that we have. He's willing to, to help out and lend his expertise, and maybe we can, develop our own program through his consultation. Yeah, Joyce has
I want to thank you for your presentation. Vice President McIntyre, what I would like to do, we move this over to academic as a whole. He's sending us all those information where we can really sit down and analyze and see what it is that we need. I kind of got an idea of what the conference is, but we need to have an academic as a whole, and Dr. Harvell can provide you that information. Because
Yeah.
it's kind of like 9 o'clock and we lose nothing.
Yeah, and this was kind of an introduction, and I really appreciate you waiting for a couple of hours. I just want him to, you know, at least get you in front of the board, because it, like you said, like I've said, it's been a couple of years. And I want to get this moving forward right away, as soon as, so we would love to invite, you know, have you come so we can talk to you, you know, even in person. And I know you're here a lot, and then we can move forward with an academic plan, or, you know, get more information. And also, if you could send us the details about the conferences, and we can get working on that and signing people up.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone, questions?
Yeah, I got a question. We said the conference in April, right?
25th.
25th of this year, right?
Every year.
Every year. Are we trying to do it this year?
Yeah.
Oh. When you say we're gonna have academic committee meeting? We're gonna have an academic committee meeting about this?
I mean, that's the idea. I'm reaching out to the board, like, you know,
Okay.
how would you like to proceed with this?
Okay, got you. So
yeah.
so for this presentation, we have an academic committee meeting. We're gonna go over the details for that.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it possible that I can speak to him and find out more information?
I just want to see what.
Is that a possibility
Yes,
that I can have a conversation with Dr. Carvell?
Dr. Harvell?
I want to be honest with you. I've been trying to reach out to Flint Public Schools since about 2018 when it first started. And I could never get in contact with anybody.
Well, you ain't in contact now.
Right.
I'm sorry?
So,
I'm sorry.
Superintendent,
I'll get your number from Miss Laura and we'll give you a call.
Perfect. Yes, I didn't know, you know, how far, you know, who else to essentially get in contact with. I've been trying to reach out for a spell now. Every time I come to Flint and give a talk, people say, how come you're not working with Flint Public Schools? So I've tried to reach out on a number of different occasions.
okay, this is not to you, Dr. Harvell. With respect, Superintendent Jones, I have given you his number multiple times, and he has actually tried to contact you multiple times, and has left messages and sent emails. And so,
We've had conversation. I don't have his number. We've had conversation about bringing.
you do, I've actually shared it with you, but we're gonna follow up on this now that the ball's rolling, and I really appreciate that. Yeah, we will get a meeting. Yeah. Do you have anything, is there any other questions for Dr. Harvell?
I just would like to know what city or state is the event hosted in?
Academic.
It is in Dearborn, Michigan.
Dearborn?
Dearborn, Michigan. Yes, we are literally 1 block away from Detroit. I mean, literally, you'll see the sign that says "Welcome to Detroit," which is 1 block away from us. In Dearborn, Michigan. Yes.
Okay.
It's at Henry Ford College.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
Are there any other questions? Is there any last thing that you didn't get to that you want to? I mean, knowing that we'll have further conversations and more in-depth conversations. Is there a last thing that you want to say?
Yes, I just want to say thank you all for the time. I want to work with Flint. Again, I'm homegrown, love Flint, very important to me. I really appreciate what the president was just saying in terms of the need to make sure that the kids have resources. And again, I'm not a benevolent outsider saying that I know what's best for the students or anything of this nature. You all do that work, so I know that you know what's best. But anything that I can do, I would just love to see the Flint students there. These other students from these other districts around the Detroit metropolitan area, they have a great time at this conference. Many of them, all of a sudden, they're excited about going to college or becoming, you know, architects, police officers, law, etc. I would love to see if the Flint kids could get that. And so if you all are going to have children coming, just let me know, and y'all tell me how many buses y'all need. I'm going to make sure Flint is taken care of.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Okay. I now turn the floor back over to the board president.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to continue with the agenda item and turn the floor over to Secretary Perkins for the Brownell Holmes Pugh update and presentation. Secretary Perkins.
We had a wonderful meeting with our Brownell Holmes community group last week. We are moving forward with the community group and the work with the Cube. At this time, I would like to ask Superintendent Jones to proceed with the Cube presentation.
Okay.
Ma'am, due to the late hour at 9:15, could we get through the action items first and put this on our next agenda?
I can answer that. I think we need to go there and proceed. We don't ask the community, neighborhood people to come out.
They are?
It's not gonna take but a few minutes. Proceed, Mr. Jones.
They should have came first then.
Okay, well, our neighborhood group has left because of the late hour, but we do have Ms. Karma Lewis still here. We do have Ms. Latasha Wilson still here. And so I'm just going to ask if Ms. Latasha Wilson will come. Ms. Karma, you can hold just for a moment. If there is something you want to say, I will make room for you, okay? I just want to, we're going to make this brief. And we can go more in depth at a later time. So thank you, Ms. Wilson, for coming. Ms. Wilson is just going to assist in just talking a little bit about the early childhood work that we're doing. But our board president, along with us, a couple of other board members, did an executive walkthrough with many of our partners and neighborhood group at Brownell Holmes about a month or so, a couple of months ago. Yeah, a couple of months ago. And the entire board did not get the opportunity to hear about this information. It was sent to you, but you did not get an opportunity to kind of hear from Ms. Tasha and myself, which is leading us to other work that the R4 committee and our partners is doing. As the board spoke of about a month ago, the work that we're doing with our partners is excellent work. Our partners have come along to support Flint Community Schools, but Flint Community Schools is leading out the work. And the work that we're doing over at Brownell Holmes is unique work. We're the only STEM academy in the Flint area. We have a STEM campus. Brownell Holmes is now a STEM campus, and we are serving children from 6 weeks old all the way to 8th grade. 6 weeks to 8th grade at that campus. That's extraordinary, and that is unprecedented in our area. And so I want to just acknowledge the fact that we did this work as a partnership. Flint is leading this work out. The Board of Education has led this work out with approvals to ensure that $40 million, I heard somebody say in comments today that we're leaving all the other areas to ruin. And that is so far from the truth. We put $40 million into the north end of Flint. And I don't know any school district that has done that in the last 10 to 20 years or even more, that has put $40 million into the north end of Flint. That is unprecedented, and Flint has done that work. So that is not a true statement that Flint is leaving all other communities to ruin. Potter Elementary, we put over $10 million into that area, and we put more money into Doyle Ryder, over $7 million into Doyle Ryder. So this Board of Education, along with this administration, is not leaving our communities to ruin. What we are doing is we're revitalizing our communities and regenerating assets into our community with the work that we're doing. So, Ms. Tasha, I'm going to ask you just for a moment as we talk about the work that we're doing in this strategic partnership with not only our Flint neighborhood group, who has been instrumental. It's about 45 of them that was just with us with Ms. Claudia About 25 of them was with us, but it's about 45 that come strong to talk with us. And Ms. Claudia was on that call with us, and most of us were present. But they are instrumental in picking colors. They're picking what the building should look like. They've been instrumental into the early childhood. They're instrumental every other Friday in our meetings. Ms. Jeanette Edwards and her team has been very vocal about making sure that we have some comfortable seating for our more mature folks, as well as making sure it fits for our children. So, Ms. Tasha, thank you for your time tonight. Would you talk just a little bit about what we're doing in early childhood over on the north end of Flint, and this being a pilot for what we want to see in the future of Flint schools?
Okay, good afternoon, or good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to talk to you this evening, and I won't be long because of the time. But we wanted to just highlight what's going on our Brownell Holmes STEM campus with our Early Childhood Center. So just to give you a glimpse into what we have currently here at Flint Community Schools for our early childhood learners, our 4-year-olds, we do have currently 9 classrooms operating with our GSRP, that's the Great Start Readiness Program grant funding. So those 9 programs, 2 are located at Brownell, 2 are at Doyle Ryder, 1 at DTM, 1 at Eisenhower, 1 at Freeman, 1 at Nethercutt, and 1 at Potter. So we are extremely proud of our early childhood programs. We have sustained a lot throughout the years, but we have remained strong within our buildings. And so one thing that I wanted to point out tonight about our Brownell Holmes STEM campus that Superintendent Jones just pointed out briefly is that we have a seamless transition happening on that campus. Through partnerships with G-Card and GISD Early Childhood, we are able to service students 6 weeks all the way up to 8th grade. So what does that mean? That means I could be on that campus all the way into 8th grade and get ready to matriculate over into high school. And you don't find that on many school campuses. This gives us the opportunity to make a strong homeschool connection with our families, something that we have been missing and that we want to bring back to Flint Community Schools. We can't do it without the partnerships at this time. I know the board has called for us to bring early childhood back to Flint, but I want to just say it never has left. Those teachers that are in the GSRP program are your Flint Community School teachers. Those are Flint teachers who are working hard every day with our 4-year-old students. And so you may look around the city, and years ago, when our Head Start program moved out of our buildings, there was an agreement made that some of our buildings would be leased out to other entities so that they could host programming for our 4-year-olds so we wouldn't lose that particular programming. So if you look at our Summerfield building, though that building is leased out to GISD, our Cummings building, that building is leased out as well. The difference with our Brownell Holmes campus, that building is not being leased out, and I think that's a misconception that some of our community members, some of our staff members are having. That building is our building. That's our programs, and we are partnering to make that seamless transition from 6 weeks into 8th grade. And so I just wanted to make that clear. That's one thing that makes us stand out from the rest, that gives us input when it comes to curriculum, when it comes to community programs that we want to see happening with our families. We have a stronger voice because that's our program that we're running. And so I just wanted to make sure that we are all on the same page with that. And we're very proud of that. I'm very proud that we started in the building. We opened up January 6th, and I'm proud to announce that our classrooms are full. So, and that's an accomplishment. And you would be surprised the number of people that have called and have asked for our programming. And we are just so happy that we're able to offer that. I have 6 folders on my desk right now for students who are ready to start on September 24th over at Brownell. And so that is an accomplishment for us, And we don't want to just stop here at the Brownell Holmes campus. We want to take that on all sides of town. We want that to be the model. We want to lead out, and we want people to see this is something that we can do for our families. This is something we want for our families. And we need it on every side of town. So I can't sit here and not thank the Brownell Holmes Neighborhood Association, because they have been a strong voice for this project. I can't not thank you all, the Board of Education, for agreeing to proceed with this project. I can't ignore the leadership of Superintendent Jones, Ms. Kelly Fields in our academics office, the whole entire executive team, because we've all had to have input in this. And it does take a team. And one thing I really want to say is that at the last presentation here that we had, it was mentioned that pre-K starts the road to graduation. We are the foundation. I'm proud to be part of the pre-K program because I know this is where it starts. And so we have to have a solid foundation for our students. I taught pre-K for 16 years, and that is my heart. That's where it's at. I wouldn't do anything else. If I had to go back and do something else, I'm going back to that pre-K room. So I just really want to just push that we have to put our attention also and keep the focus on our earliest learners, because they are our future. There'll be no high school if we don't have those little ones coming in. So we have to put that emphasis on early childhood education. I also want to thank the Mott Foundation, the Center for Excellence, everyone that has a voice in helping us with this project. And I do look forward to more projects to come.
So to add to that, Ms. Wilson, the community engagement would not have happened if the center wasn't working with them every other week, bringing them together, not only coming to our meetings, but going to their meetings. And they were instrumental in getting the data with our scholars, instrumental in getting the data with the community, and even folks that do not attend Flint schools. That information was vital in bringing things along and connecting the dots. But this was inspired, board members, by many of you that came on and said that we have to have forums, we have to get our community involved, and community. And in seeing that vision, we did that, bringing the right partners together to ensure the success in what we're doing today. And I believe if we stay on this path of always including our neighborhood groups in all of our school areas, and also including the partners that are instrumental in bringing those groups together and helping us, I think that we're on to something great for our district. And when you talk about those schools that's been renovated, and when you talk about what we've done over at the campus here, Brownell Holmes, you're seeing increase in enrollment in those spaces. But I think it's important to mention that the programming in those spaces is important as well, and I heard that earlier, and that is important. And the programming that's going on with Ms. Wilson in our early childhood and the STEM programming going over on that campus is really making a difference for our scholars. So hats off to also the principals in those schools and the staff that's making a difference in that area. So that leads me into why we asked Ms. Karma to just be here. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I was able to have a conversation with her and talking about what does a new high school mean to Flint Community Schools and to also Flint kids altogether. Ms. Karma, you don't have to come, but if you would like to just have something to say, you can. I know the hour is late, but I know we've had conversations about it, and she is the president of the Flint
Neighborhood United.
Flint Neighborhood United. And so she doesn't have a mic over there. Would you hand her a mic?
I appreciate what you guys are doing, working with the community as well as the students, the parents, because it definitely takes all of us. All of us. We're all a part of the Flint community.
I'm happy that we're going to have a high school. The work that you're doing with the elementary schools up to eighth grade, perfect. Thank you for that. That will lead them to this brand-new high school that we're going to get. Yes, it's going to be renovated. I do understand that. But in my heart of hearts, it feels like it's going to be brand new, just like Brownell Holmes, just like the other schools. Doyle Ryder. It's going to be brand new.
Thank
I'm
you
excited.
So much.
Thank you.
And so with that, and the reason why you're important in that, because when you talk about the central campus, we need support from our community to come and talk to us about what are you looking for, right? What do you want to see? And so that's why we went after a proposal for schematic design, and we have won that proposal for schematic design to start talking to our community. And what I'm hoping that the board will do tonight is accept it, a $750,000 schematic design for a new high school. Accept it. We brought on Platt Moran to help us move into that space with our community and start the community. You can go to the last slide, go to the very last slide. And we've done the road work leading up to the end of the Brownell and the Cube, which tomorrow, those of you who are able to come and sign the last piece of steel, the beam signing at 12 noon, and sign that last piece of steel tomorrow at 12 noon, but leading us over into the next phase, which is let's talk about a new high school. The last slide is not up there. There we go. And so this is the next step, board members, is to work with Ms. Karma Lewis, the Central Neighborhood Group, and also our partners, the center and the foundation, so that we can move into what we just did and accomplished at Brownell Holmes. We met with our neighborhood group. We want to take that prototype over into, we don't need to change anything, we just need to take that over into the cultural center and do the same thing we've done with our Brownell Holmes group. And so my hope tonight is that you accept the $750K schematic design from the foundation, and we move forward with meeting with our neighborhood groups, meeting with that R4 committee, and move forward with trying to build us a new high school. So thank you, Ms. Lewis. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Thank you to our partners and the work that we're all doing together. Thank you for your time. Thanks for staying.
Do any board members have any questions? Okay.
I have one quick question. Transportation, do they provide transportation for the little ones? You know, that was one of the questions a couple of parents asked.
Ms. Wilson, the question is, do we provide transportation to the little ones?
Okay.
Yeah. No, we do not.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Jones.
You're welcome.
I now turn the floor back over to the board president.
Thank you, Secretary Perkins. I now call on Superintendent Jones to present action items to the board. We have to, don't we have to do this here?
Yep, right here. Acceptance of the schematic
Okay,
design.
all right. 5.1.
Yeah.
You got
I
it?
don't see
Page 9. I think we got the same page.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 5.1, acceptance of schematic design grant from the My Foundation.
Support.
You seek a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
I make a motion we approve item 5.1.
Is there a second? Oh,
Support.
So,
no, she said, he asked for the motion. You said support. He had to make a motion.
Make a motion,
Yeah,
okay.
then he made the motion, then you can support it.
Right, okay.
Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I was pointing to Trustee Perkins because I thought she would make the motion.
She went. No, she jumps in. Yeah.
All joking aside, I'm gonna keep this brief. This is a true partnership that's gonna involve us working with the neighborhood groups like we just talked about, all board members, the community, the administration, and a partnership with the CS Mott Foundation. I think Trustee McIntyre said it best at the meeting we had in January. This is a true partnership that's built on trust. I pulled that from a quote from East Village Magazine, so that's why I had to pull it up. But I'm looking forward to us improving this and, you know, in a couple of years, seeing the high school built where our kids start at 6 weeks and end at 12 years and then go to college or military or whatever skilled trades and hopefully stay in our city. So I'll be supporting this tonight.
Are there any more discussion?
I would just like to make a comment. Most of the individuals in the community think that we're just going to renovate the school, but my thought is that we are going to build a new school. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
There's conversations about keeping some of the nostalgia, which I don't think any of us are against, but making sure that we have those conversations. And of course, board, nothing is done without your approval.
Right.
So it's going to come back to conversations with you as well.
Right.
But there was conversations about keeping some of the bricks, right? Some things of that nature. And whatever is, you know, we can keep, we will. I think that's a great thing. And there's some opportunities in that for signatures on bricks and things like that. So there's different things that we can do to keep that nostalgia, but it is a new building.
It's a new building.
Yeah.
And if I could respond to Trustee Booth, I would just take a look at the Detroit Grand Central Station. That's a complete new building, but they kept that old feel, but everything else is new. That could be a model for us.
Okay.
Yeah, the Detroit Grand Central Station.
Oh, okay. I haven't
will
seen that
check
in a
it out.
while.
On Michigan Avenue.
Oh, okay. Any more discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve Resolution 5.1, accepting of the schematic design grant from the Mott Foundation will be conducted by a roll call vote. Board members, call your name. Please say yes or no to approve this motion. Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Trustee Booth?
Yes.
Vice President McIntyre?
Yes.
Trustee Relaford?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
Myself, yes. 7 yes, 0 no. Proceed, Mr. Jones. Yes, here we are. Go ahead, Superintendent. I think it's Human Resources. Page 10. Yeah, you do it then. Wait a minute. Oh.
It's been our latest meeting in like a year.
Page 22.
On page 22.
Right, I understand.
Yeah, but I thought it was, she's chairing.
We already saw this, didn't we?
Oh, we do that in the cow.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 1.3, authorization to approve
Letter.
the letter of agreement for competitive event scheduling position.
Where's, oh, let me look.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion we approve action item 1.3.
Support.
It's been properly moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can it be explained to the HR chairperson what this is, competitive event scheduling?
Thank you.
Yes, so we have an interim athletic person, Mr. Mike Minebrook. The LOA we have for the beginning of the year, we had hoped that we would have been finished with some of the work that's behind all of that, but we're not. We're still negotiating with the union, so we need to have him continue for the rest of the year so that we have someone handling the competitive sports and supporting the scholars in that space. So we need him to continue doing what he's doing for the rest of the year because it was for 6 months.
Yeah. Any more discussions? Seeing no further discussion, we would take a roll call vote to accept Resolution 1.3. Board members, I call your name. Please say yes or no for the record. Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Trustee Booth?
Yes.
Vice President McIntyre?
Yes.
Trustee Relaford?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Treasurer Luna? And
Yes.
myself, a yes. 7 yes, 0 no.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 1.4, authorization to approve the letter of agreement for temporary assignment for special education teachers to support student count.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to approve item 1.4.
Is there a second?
Second. Support.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing no further discussion, a motion to approve Resolution 1.4 will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please say yes or no. Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Trustee Relaford?
Yes.
Vice President McIntyre?
Yes.
Trustee Booth?
Yes.
Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
And myself a yes, 7 yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to batch item 1.5, 11.1, 11.2.
Hold on one second. What page are we on now?
We are on 12. We right here.
No, I'm talking about in your package.
Here, hold on.
There's a motion on the floor to batch. Which number did you say, trustee?
1.5, 11.1, and 11.2.
There's a motion on the floor to batch 1.5, 11.1, 11.2. Is there a second?
Second.
Been properly, there's a motion and it's been second. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would just say because we had to cancel the cow last Wednesday because of weather, I had the chance to review most of these items. I think there was a few changes because there was a revised packet, but I feel good with batching these and approving these tonight as opposed to having to wait another month to approve.
Is there any other discussions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I don't have well, this is just for batching, but I do want to pull something out. But I'm okay with batching as long as I can pull something out.
So do we need to make a motion to pour something out? So you're making a motion to pour something
Point of
out?
information.
Yeah.
Can my colleague ask a question now?
I thought that's what she said.
She said she wanted to pull it out.
No.
She have a question.
That's
I'm
my
sorry.
question. Will I be able to pull something out if we batch it? Okay, thank you.
Wait a minute, can she pull it out after we batch or before we batch?
That's not her.
She needs to amend it if she wants to.
You need to,
Or
yeah.
not vote for it.
You can amend it and pull it out and get the vote, or say no?
Can
Point of information, trustee McIntyre.
oh, no, it's not point of information.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just don't wanna-
Sleepy, go ahead.
Yeah, so again, I don't recommend that we batch things, especially in a hurry like this. It's late. I know that we're all tired, but these are some important things. We didn't have a cow last week, so we didn't have a discussion or any discussion. Things have changed. I really think we should address each of these individually, especially because Trustee Relaford has concern is going to pull one out. This is going to take more time extracting a motion or extracting one of the actions than just going through them individually. And again, I'm just tired of these batching things. It's not good policy. It's not a good practice.
Thank you. It can be conducted by a roll call vote. We've been motion and been second. Board members, there was a motion to batch 1.5, 11.1, 11.2 to be conducted by a roll call vote. Treasurer Luna.
Yes.
Trustee King.
Yes.
Trustee Relaford.
No.
Vice President McIntyre.
No.
Secretary Perkins.
No.
Trustee Booth.
No.
And myself is a no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 noes.
So I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 1.5, personnel recommendations.
Madam Chair, I make a motion we approve 1.5.
Support.
It's been motion by Trustee Luna, supported by Trustee King. Board members, there's any discussions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to have the central office staff pulled and sent back to committee, please. Make a motion to send that back to committee.
There's a motion on the floor to.
Point
Wait,
of-
She made a motion.
Of Order. We're in the middle of a motion. We're in the middle of discussing a motion, so we can't make another motion.
Wait a minute, hold
I
on.
thought we finished.
Wait a minute, hold on.
We're in discussion.
We in this,
Discussion. A motion has been made to approve personnel recommendations 1.5. It's
Okay.
been seconded. We're in the
discussion.
discussion. We're in the middle of a motion, so we can't make another motion. We're in the middle of a motion.
Right.
So it would either be that we don't vote for it, or, no, you can't make a motion in a motion.
There's a motion on the floor to approve these items. We have a board member that'd like to have an item taken out, but we write in the motion. Can we make an amendment to a motion? It's appropriate always. You can make an amendment to the motion to extract that item that she's talking about. Am I correct?
Not at this point, not at this juncture. At this point, we would either have to have it withdrawn or, you know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There was a motion on the floor, and the board member has a right to
Yeah.
amend the motion. You saying that they can't, why be if we have it in discussion? I'm confused now. Just clear it for me, that's all.
I mean, are you making a motion to amend the motion?
She's making an amendment to the motion.
Is that allowable?
Trustee Rutherford, are you making an amendment to the motion to extract that central office staff out?
Sure, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to extract out the central office staff.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been motion and second. Is there any discussions?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to understand why we would be doing that, and the board has already approved the reorganization and that particular position. I'd just like to understand.
Point of information?
He's making a point of information.
Oh, you're ma-
We're in a discussion.
No, we're in a discussion.
And he's making a point.
You were.
Am I supposed to make a point?
No, you were in discussion, but my point of information is, and I'm trying to figure out a way to put it into a form of a question, because we're not
Okay.
necessarily approving or just, it's just pulling it out.
Yeah, we're in discussion on
Yeah,
the
and
amendment.
I guess what I'm just asking is, I just wanted to know some more information.
That's why we're having a discussion, hopefully that you can get that information
Yeah.
while we're having a discussion. Trustee Rutherford, any particular reason why we pulling that out?
I don't need no reason. I mean, first and foremost, with this situation right here, this position had another dollar amount on it, and this position definitely goes against DEI.
What?
What?
Point of information.
Who made that point?
I am. Trustee Rutherford, how does LSS project specialist admin building goes against DI?
You want me to answer that?
Yeah, please.
Because you fire a black girl and put a white girl in this position.
Okay. Thank you for telling me your thought process.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Trustee Looney, let's not go too far, you guys, just trustee
I
Looney.
didn't want to go that far.
So, through you to the superintendent, to the HR director, could you just give us some reasons why you asked the board to approve this recommendation, just so we can hear them again?
So just to let you know, the board already had approved the restructuring plan
Right.
a couple of months ago. So this position came about because the board had approved the restructuring plan.
Okay.
We interviewed the person for the position, and we had already said that we were eliminating the previous position, which was the data technician position. So that's the reason why it's coming across.
Yeah, and thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And I just wanted to remind the board, we did some great work when it came to this restructuring a few months ago. Remember that meeting we had in the admin building? We had some good questions in that. I forget the specific vote count, but I think it was a strong majority. My worry is if we go back on this or send it back, it then begins to muddy some of what we were doing and maybe gives doubt to how we're moving forward with the district when it comes to educating students. People may get the perception we might do the same thing again when it comes to how we're working with partners and remodeling our schools, or even potentially working with new partners when it comes to recruiting teachers, retaining them, giving them a better stipend for their compensation. So we already voted for this previously. I tend to leave it to HR to hire the folks based upon their own processes. I'm not sure about the DEI piece, but I do trust the process, and I really don't think this board should approach what we've done in the past. And when I say past, I mean the past 10, 20 years, where there may be the perception that we serve as a labor dispute tribunal, or we nitpick all the personal recommendations. I'm going to trust our HR director's been doing a great job the last year and a half, and the super on this, and vote that we approve the recommendations.
Madam Chair,
Trustee King?
I have a question. Ms. Montgomery, is this a new LSS project specialist? Is this a new created role?
Yes, it is.
So there was no one in this role
Correct.
before
Yes.
anybody?
You got it.
So this is a new position that someone applied
A
for?
brand new position.
Brand new position. Got you. Thank you.
This is the position that the Board of Education in 215 said, don't call it this, call it this. The board made this name up,
Yeah.
and we went with what the board requested. So this is nothing new. This is what the board requested, and this is how we proceeded.
Madam Chair, sorry again. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Jones, this position was supposed to be admin assistant or secretary, right?
Correct.
But also, if I'm not mistaken, if you can remind me, our colleague said that the weight of that job does not match the title, right? And then okay, got you. That's the one. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm not concerned about the title. I'm concerned about the position. That's why I asked that it be pulled out. The personnel going into the position. I don't care about, I'm not concerned about the title. But we are definitely a fair district, and everyone will be treated fairly.
It is my understanding when we made these decisions, first, I think that position price was a six figure, and then I see where you reduced it down to. I don't recall it that it had to be that particular person to take that position. There's other legalities, question that I understand where my colleagues is coming from, and that still can happen, but as I begin to think, does that really make it sure that another person that someone had in mind should have this position? That would be the question for HR, which I'm not privileged to ask. So there's a position that the board approved, and there's other issues as it relates to this position, which the board probably would address. So based on that, we did put this position in place. We did change the title. I'm still trying, I'm just doing discussion as we look into this here. So what is the board, any more discussion? I don't know what to say. Go ahead.
All right. So the way I see it, we have recommendations for employment that come before us.
Yes.
They're based on the HR director doing their job and following the law. And it is not our role as board members to micromanage those decisions, to go into personnel files, to go into the weeds, and to be deciding who or who is not the most competent for these jobs. That's what the HR department is for. They have processes and procedures. They're governed by law. It's a misstatement to say that this goes against DEI. DEI is diversity, equity, inclusion, and that's in policies. This is about labor law, so we definitely have laws about equality and equity and labor law, but again, that's going into the weeds. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. If there's something that is concerning or concrete that the board does need to address, it can't be just vague innuendos and just sort of what's going on here. That is not appropriate. I don't even know if it's legal. We're not supposed to be talking about people, especially by name. Not that we've mentioned any names. We are talking about, we got a board packet here. It's public. There's a person's name in it. We should not be doing this. My role as a board member and as a trustee that's overseeing fiduciary interests is to follow along with our restructuring that we already agreed to, and to leave it to HR to do the high-level decisions that the board has made and to do the nitty-gritty or to do the details. We should not be in the micromanaging or the nitty-gritty. That is my opinion. Now,
Madam
if
Chair.
there is, I'm speaking, I have the floor. If there is something concrete that is some assertion that is being made that has legitimacy, that is actually based on fact or data, some accusation that's being made, then there are rules and policies and procedures for that as well. We do not want to get into a lawsuit or into litigation, anything having to do with employees of this district. So I would respectfully request that the board take a deep breath and step back and just do what it's supposed to do. And if there's any issue that maybe we can remove this and have another discussion or consult with legal opinion or whatever it is that we need to do, but this is not it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Trustee Rutherford.
I will not share it in this open meeting, but it needs to be pulled out and discussed. The reason for that is not getting in the weeds. As the HR chairperson, it is my responsibility as an HR chairperson to make sure we're within our right. And every employee in this district, from the conception of Flint Community Schools, has a right to address the board. Yes, they do. They can come and talk to the board if they go to that mic. We are here to service this district. We are here to service this district. And when something go against Title IX or Title I or any type of law that you must address it, does not mean you have to dig into the weeds, but you must do your due diligence. So I say to you all, when you do not know the facts, please don't throw out misinformation. Thank you.
Trustee Luna, then you.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Trustee McIntyre. I agree with what she said, and this board doesn't have, I don't want to go into this rabbit hole, but I do want to say this.
late.
This board has not created a DEI policy yet, but it can, and there's model policies across the state within the National School Board Association, and they tend to work well when they're implemented well. With this, I want to be clear. I'm going to support this, that we approve this recommendation tonight, and I'm urging every last one of my board members to do the same thing. This is setting a bad precedent if we do things like this. And we've had this information for weeks where this could have been asked in advance, and it's bad for staff attraction and retention when we do this. If you've gone through the HR process and then the night of your approval for the board, which tends to be, hey, folks have done their due diligence, your job could be at risk of not getting approved, that's not going to attract the best and the brightest, from the classroom teacher to the parapro to the people who serve in the administration, to the folks who clean our classrooms through a third-party vendor. That's my personal opinion, but I think we need to not go back to that when we first started out at this board together, obviously, a couple years ago. I think questions are purely valid and all that, but I don't think this is a good decision and a good precedent to set. I think we should move forward with approving this.
Trustee
So I do need to state for the record, because I object to this in the strongest possible terms, because I do not want to be complicit with violations, the public relation, or public, it's so late, you guys. Human resource violations. Like, I know enough about this to know that this is not what we should be doing, and this is not okay. And it is my opinion that if, in fact, this is how it's going to be, like, moving forward, that I think we should just move this particular motion forward and just vote for it. But because of the situation that the trustee is putting this board into, I'm going to recommend that we remove her as chair from the Human Relations Board.
Okay, thank you. But right now, there was an amendment on the floor, and this is, we're done with discussion. There was an amendment on the floor to remove this item, central office staff, from the agenda. You can vote it up or down. Yes, to do it, no to keep it.
Can we be clear on that so we can make sure every board member understands?
Okay, so what we're saying, she was making an amendment to pull out this central office staff
Just to go
position.
back to committee.
And to go back to committee. The question that I'm gonna ask the board, if you agree with taking it out to go back to the committee, it's a yes. If you agree not to send it to the committee and keep it going the way it is, it's a no. Did I say that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Board members, I will conduct a roll call vote to the amendment to the motion. If you want to take central office staff out of this package, say yes. If you don't, say no. We all understand? Secretary Perkins.
No.
Trustee Booth.
No.
Vice President McIntyre.
No.
Trustee Luna.
No.
Trustee Rutherford.
Yes.
Trustee King.
No.
And myself would be a no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 no, 6 no, and 1 yes. Did I get everybody? Yeah.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 1.5 Personnel Recommendations.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to approve recommendation 1.5. Support.
It will be conducted by a roll call to approve a resolution 1.5. Board members, I call your name. Please say yes or no. Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Trustee Booth.
Yes.
Vice President McIntyre.
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford.
No.
Trustee King. Yes. Treasurer Luna.
Yes.
And myself a yes. 6 yes, 1 no.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion that we remove Melody Rutherford as the chair of the Human Resource Committee.
There's a motion on the floor to remove Trustee Rutherford as the chair for the HR. Is there a second? Seeing there's no response, the motion failed due to lack of second. Board members, in your package, information regarding retirement and resignation. Do any board member have any questions? What's the information? Is that for you, Trustee King, to talk
No,
about?
that's following down.
Oh, okay. Seeing there's no questions, or
Keep going.
keep going.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 11.1, authorization to purchase boiler maintenance testing.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion we approve action item 11.1.
Support.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I want to give Mrs. Cleaves a moment to just explain the reason for this, just so she can give us some context in layman's terms. Yep, no problem. So with our new boilers and even our older boilers, we have to have regular maintenance done. So this is just making sure that we're meeting state requirements and having all the testing work done on them. Yeah, and the reason I asked that question is, we get these board packets in advance so we can see this, but if we can just give the public a 15, 20, 30-second, summary like that is helpful as we approve them, because sometimes we can be going through this quick, and I want to make sure people know what we're doing. So thank you, Mrs. Cleaves.
Any more discussions? Seeing no further discussion, we're on 11.1 about the boiler.
Trustee McIntyre, did you hear what she said about the reason?
No, I'm sorry.
We was
Could you
distracted.
please restate, Mrs. Cleaves? Sure,
Sorry,
no problem.
I apologize.
That's okay. So we're required by the state to have certain inspections done on our boilers. So this is just the routine maintenance on all the boilers to make sure that we're, have all the testing work done.
And is it, so it's coming from the general fund?
Yes, the operations
And
budget.
Is $40,000 like a routine amount?
Annual cost, yes.
It's annual cost? I mean, that's what other districts are paying for this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just, can I just add one thing? You know what? I toured some of these old boilers and saw the new ones. It's like night and day. Like,
Oh,
I'm just for context. It was like a 70-year-old boiler that had no kind of like buttons on it, as opposed to a new one where it had a whole computer in it.
you should have seen the boiler in my house when I moved in the 1920s one. I know, I just wanted to, I'm not up on boiler maintenance costs. So it's nice to be reassured that we're, getting charged a fair amount and that's what it is. So thank you. It wasn't any question on your decision or the process at all. Thank you.
No problem. And we did seek 3 quotes, and so that's how we were
Okay,
able to.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the information.
Thanks.
Are there any more discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve 11.1, authorization to purchase the boiler maintenance testing, will be conducted by a roll call vote. Board members shall call your name, say yes or no. Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Trustee Booth?
Yes.
Vice President McIntyre?
Yes.
Trustee Relaford?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
And myself, yes. 7 yes.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 11.2, authorization to purchase electrical work.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion we approve action item 11.2.
Support.
Who supported? Perkins. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
through you to Mrs. Cleve, could you just kind of do the same summary for
Oh,
this
that's that elevator.
order?
Okay, yeah.
Yes, so at Doyle Ryder, we have to get the elevator upgraded there. So this is electrical work that needs to be done to support that elevator refresh work there.
Are there any discussions? Seeing no discussion, we will conduct a roll call vote. Authorization to purchase electrical work. Board members, call your name, please say yes or no. Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Trustee Booth?
Yes.
Vice President McIntyre?
Yes.
Trustee Relaford?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Treasurer Looney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. 7 yes.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 21.10, expulsion of student.
Is there a motion to accept the expulsion of the student?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to approve the expulsion.
Is there a second?
Support.
It been properly moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
when it comes to expulsions of students, in reading this, it states, based upon the evidence submitted at the hearing, the evidence submitted at the hearing was not credible, and that's concerning. when you submit information, and the information,
Point
go ahead.
I have to correct you. On an expulsion, board member cannot have any discussion as relates to the expulsion. We need to voting it up or not. We can't go into the detail of the direction you're going in. So you can vote it up or no. That's the only option we have. We don't have any discussion or right to discuss what happened at the expulsion. That's always been the policy. Trustee McIntyre?
Can I ask, and this you can say yes or no if I can ask or not, is this expulsion, are we legally required to expel this? Is the reason why the student is being expelled like a legal thing that's put on us and we don't have leeway to make our own decision as a school?
It's hard for me to answer you without
Okay.
going into, I wouldn't bring this forward to you. There is things that I want to make sure that, well, let me just say this. I wouldn't have brought it forward if we didn't need to do it. That's all I can say.
And keeping in mind, when expulsion come before the board, that's why we have the hearing. You normally have 3 board members. At that hearing, and you can stop it or you can let it go forth. Apparently, the board member moved forward with the expulsion, and that's all we can say is to separate.
Point of information? Through you to Trustee Relaford. Trustee
Okay.
Relaford, were you on the board, on
Yeah, she
the
was.
committee?
But we can't discuss it in detail.
Right. And Trustee King, you were on the committee?
Yes.
And Perkins.
If I may finish, I just want us to make sure that we make good decisions. That's all. I
Thank
won't
you.
go into details.
Thank you. And that's fair. And I think in the future, we need to have more legal and training on expulsion, how the board should address it. Because every student has a right, the parents have a right. This board is not privileged to expose that right. They can vote it up or down if you accept this expulsion or you're not. Because we don't even have the detail. We only can go by if it's passed in your 3 board members and whoever, you approved it, it come before us. If it doesn't approve, it doesn't come before us. Is there any more discussion?
Do we have a zero policy for certain incidents?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
And carrying firearms or drugs would be like a zero tolerance?
In most cases, illegal substances would be.
Okay.
In most cases.
And I think those states in our student handbook.
It's in the handbook.
Okay.
Any more discussion? Seeing there's no more discussion, we will conduct a roll call vote. Secretary Perkins,
Yes.
Trustee Booth,
Yes.
Trustee King,
Yes.
Treasurer Luna,
Yes.
Vice President McIntyre,
No.
Trustee Relaford,
No.
and myself is a no. The motion passed 4 yes, 3 no.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 21.11, lease agreement with the Flint Soapbox Derby and El Ballet Folklorico. I tried.
How you say that again?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I seek a motion to approve.
So second.
Action item, sorry, I was chewing a piece of carrot. Action item 21.11.
Support.
Any discussions?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I want to commend Trustee King, who sits on the repurposing committee, and also yourself and Trustee McIntyre for kind of bringing these together. I know we talked about not just buildings and closing buildings, but, bringing stuff back into the community. I know specifically the woman who runs this organization at Ballet Folklorico. She worked in the bilingual program, so she has a deep connection with the Flint Community Schools. The program was currently housed at a charter school. They outgrew that space, and they're looking for a larger space. So when I think about this opportunity from that perspective, number one, it's giving back to the community because it brings back some programming into the Flint Community Schools. But number two, this program has hundreds of students who have been enrolled over the years, so I think of enrollment numbers helping our students, come to our schools and stay in our schools from not just one kid, but the whole family. I know Trustee Keene worked on the soapbox derby piece, if you want to talk about that, but I think it's a good idea of how we approach, how we repurpose schools. But I will say one thing, I don't think it's the only model to do it, but I think it's a good first step, and at some point, maybe we could put some policy behind it, but I'm really proud of the work of the folks who were involved in it.
Thank you.
I'm
Are there
asking
any more
people-
discussions? Trustee
So-
McIntyre.
I'm in general, I'm in favor, but I do have a couple of questions about, I'm trying to find it.
I think it's,
43.
page 43. Got to be.
I know more about the Ballet Folklorico than the soapbox derby. So I'm wondering why they were put together, why they're not in separate negotiations. I would prefer them to be separate so that we could, each entity, we could deal with on its own. If something falls apart with one, I don't want it to, be contingent. They're totally separate, so, yeah.
So, yeah, if I could add. So the idea behind this, there was two organizations that wanted to lease space, right? So in the resolution, it talks about it's not director superintendent to negotiate with both, not in tandem, right, together, but they still have their own separate negotiations.
Point of information.
Yes.
So you're saying these two organizations want to lease space from Pierce?
Pierce, yes.
May I speak?
I mean, unless you know
So I'm
something.
still on the floor, yes?
Yeah, you may know more
Okay,
than I
that's
do.
not entirely true.
Okay.
I was able to speak with the director of the Ballet Folklorico, and she would actually, she would have preferred if you would have contacted her directly, or at least spoken to her before making this initiative, and she wants to view the space. So it's not that they want to enter into a lease agreement. It's what I'm objecting to is that we're not doing our due diligence with the organizations and the communities that we're involving ourselves with. We need to.
Point of information, if I may. Could you explain to me, what do you mean by due diligence in your terms?
Well, you're entering into, and I'm assuming you wrote this
Yes,
by yourself or with input from,
by myself. This
Okay.
is a resolution, yes.
so, okay, so that's not influenced by.
By no one else but Troy
And
King Jr.
I'm not trying
Yeah.
to, like, no shade,
I get you.
honestly.
Listen,
honestly.
I
I'm just
keep
trying
it-
to get,
I know you. I get it. We
you know
got the
how my
understanding.
mind works.
Yeah.
So I would really like us to figure out what the needs are of the groups, the organizations, and the communities into which we're entering into these agreements. And that involves not a top-down decision-making process, but, actually reaching out to, say, if we're looking at El Ballet Folklorico, to actually talk to the people that are involved with that and say, hey, what do you want? Because they don't know if they want Pierce or not. They haven't seen it. They don't know what the condition is. In talking with this organization, they've got different hopes, dreams, and desires that don't necessarily involve Pierce. So I'm just kind of wondering what this push is for Pierce. I would like to see, and I'm asking the rest of my board, that maybe we have agreements with these different organizations to enter into conversations about how best to collaborate and serve them, as opposed to say, hey, we're going to negotiate a lease agreement on Pierce for this group, and this group doesn't know anything about it. And
Madam Chair.
I would like to see us have something where it's like, we're agreeing to collaborate with this group, and let's figure out the best way to do it. Because what if Pierce doesn't work, right? What if it's not suitable? Or maybe we could set up a tour and then have this agreement come before the board, or have a conversation. So that's kind of what I'm requesting. I want to thank you, Trustee King, for actually doing something and bringing this before the board, because I think this is important and it needs to be acted on. It's just, I think that there's, maybe if we could tweak it a little bit, because having talked to the director, she doesn't know if Pierce is suitable.
So could I, Madam Chair?
Proceed, Trustee King.
So, Trustee McIntyre, hearing your concerns, I hear it. I would, if you'd known that before, I would have, would appreciated a call, and we could have worked something out, right? My number, always stay open lines of communication with me. I would also note in here, right, it doesn't make the El Ballet group force them into the agreement. They still have the option to say, no, I don't want to do that. This directs, give the superintendent direct, hey, you can negotiate, work with these two groups, okay? If El Ballet say, no, I don't want Pierce, okay, so he don't have to work with that one group about Pierce, right? Let's say the director want to come back and say, hey, I want a different building. All right, cool. If she want to shadow the building before she go into lease agreement terms, she can work that out with the superintendent. It gives a superintendent autonomy to go into talking process and work with these two groups to see if they want the lease agreement with Pierce. It's not more so we're forcing both the El Ballet
Folklorico.
Okay, sorry, I'm so sorry. And then the soapbox derby. It's not like we're forcing them down to it, right? They still have the option to say, no, I don't want to go there, right? It just makes sure the superintendent knows the director of the board is to put somebody into Pierce, put somebody into Pierce to make sure it's not a vacant building again, right? So I think the director still has the right to say, hey, I don't want to do Pierce. After she sees it, she can work with Superintendent Jones and tour the building and say, oh, okay, cool, this might work. Or she may have a different decision.
So I agree with that. I think you're missing the point of what I'm saying. So I appreciate the intention, but I'm saying this isn't for me, this isn't the right thing. I don't want to vote for this. I want to vote for making a resolution to enter into some kind of a community agreement with each individual entity. So with the Flint Soapbox Derby, for example, and El Ballet Folklorico, that's what I want, and or what I'm suggesting. Or again, it's late. I'm sorry. I'm getting to the point where I'm stumbling on my words, but I didn't know about this. You wrote this and submitted it, and I saw it, and I was like, what? What is this? Where did it come from? And so I called Sue, and we talked, and I said, do you know anything about this? And she said, no. And so, communication goes both ways. Like, we just need to have a better process. And I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying this is what I would like, and hopefully we can work on this as a board moving forward. And if maybe we can amend this to separate the two, and to maybe strike out Pierce, because I don't know anything about the Flint Soapbox Derby, like if they want to use that and stuff like that. So,
Point of information.
so, but do you know what I'm saying? Like, I would like to have it just a general.
Point of information. I just got to intervene because it's late. Point of information.
Okay.
And I don't think it's supposed to be a question, but the question is that you're saying that you want this to be separate. I just want to give a little information. The soapbox people have been involved with this situation, and I can see, because they're here,
okay.
But, so I'm trying to clear you want him to just take, that part out, El Ballet, take that off. That's what you're saying?
I'm suggesting that we create two resolutions, one for the Flint Soapbox
Yeah.
Derby, one for El Ballet Folklorico, and the Soapbox Derby, if they want to include Pierce, that's fine, but at least with the Ballet Folklorico, if we could just
I think we
keep
should
it
pull that.
open-ended so that it is either Pierce or another place that is suitable.
Yeah, and I agree exactly with you, because I think when we first got started, and you have a lot of detail with the ballet group, and I think we should pull the ballet out of it, but we should move forward with the soapbox group going into Pierce, because that's what they asked for, and that's what they wanted. And we really need to get somebody in there. So I hear what you're saying. This cannot pass through because we got two entities on it, and we can't have it like that. I can hear what you're saying, because I know you're working with, and give trustee King credit. We didn't know that. I knew you did. He didn't know. So, but we're saying that I guess the motion, we're having a discussion. You making an amendment to the motion that we take something out so we can move forward?
Yes, yes.
So go ahead and
And
make a
just,
motion.
can I just say
Yes.
one thing? And I just want to make it clear, in terms of like any conflict of interest. I do know Sue's son from like a decade ago when we did theater together, but I have not been in contact with the family, or it's not like there's an overlap of interests, and I haven't been necessarily working with Sue. We've gotten into contact in the last couple of days because this has come up and I understand the interest, and I'm very much in support of any type of bilingual programming or anything that this group, which I know has been around for a long time, can offer.
So, Madam Chair?
Okay, sorry.
So, Madam Chair, if I'm hearing this correctly, at the pleasure of the board, I think this board can do two things at once, but separate. I may make an amendment to the current resolution to strike El Ballet Folklorico from it.
Okay.
And if that passes, then we would empower the superintendent to talk to these folks about that lease space. Then, I would like to make a separate motion to adopt this resolutions with the amendment that gives El Baile Folklorico the flexibility to just pursue what they think makes sense. Does that make sense?
That would be helpful.
Okay. All right, so Madam Chair, I make an amendment to remove El Baile Folklorico from Resolution 21.11.
Is there a second? Support. It's been motioned by trustee Luna, supported by trustee King. We have had the discussion. Is there any more of the discussion? Seeing no other discussion, we'll conduct a roll call vote to strike out El Ballet from this resolution. Board members, I call your name, sir. Trustee Booth?
Yes.
Trustee Relaford?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
Vice President McIntyre?
Yes.
Secretary Perkins? And myself is a yes, 6 yes, 1 absent.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion that we approve the amended 21.11.
It's been properly moved and second. Is there any other discussion on the same discussion, 21.11? Seeing no discussion, we will do a roll call vote to step 21.11 with those amendment. Trustee Booth,
Yes.
Vice President McIntyre,
Yes.
Trustee Relaford,
Yes.
Trustee King,
Yes.
Treasurer Luna,
Yes.
myself a yes, Secretary Perkins away.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, this one probably requires, I'm gonna say it slowly, based upon the feedback that I got.
Wait, we just are, we moved, we did, you're not doing another discussion?
No, it's just, it's a motion.
Motion.
It's
Oh,
a motion
okay,
that I'm
okay.
making. So, I make a motion, make sure I say it correctly, because I don't want this to get screwed up in the minutes. Okay. I make a motion that we adopt, you know what, I'll let Teray do it, 'cause probably,
I would strike, so what I would, if it serves, I mean, if it makes sense to Laura and other colleagues, I would just strike, keep the same resolution, strike soapbox derby and Pierce Elementary from the resolution, and then just move forward like that. Does that make sense? Make sense to you?
well, you would have to insert Flint Community Schools in place of Pierce. So you would strike soapbox derby, but
Okay.
then where Pierce is at, you would insert Flint Community Schools that space. So do you want to?
Okay. All right, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I make a motion to remove Flint soapbox derby from the resolution and Pierce Elementary, instead of Pierce Elementary, we replace it with Flint Community Schools.
And that's a new motion?
Yes.
Okay. Support.
And we still talking about 21.11.
Yes.
So-
Okay, that's,
So wait, just to be clear, point of order. We approved an amended
Yeah.
version of 21.11
right.
to strike out El Ballet Folklorico. My understanding is we're approving an additional resolution that mirrors 21.11, but strikes out Pierce Community School, Pierce Elementary, and in place puts Flint Community Schools and stripes out the soapbox derby. So,
Kind of making a blank.
so in layman's terms, we're approving two resolutions, one for soapbox that's specific to Pierce, and then a separate resolution that includes El Ballet Folklorico, but is not specific to that specific building.
But it could include Pierce.
But it, yeah.
Yeah, within Flint
Okay,
Community
so
Schools.
kind of like a blanket.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Forgive me if I miss all of this. We're gonna remove, the soapbox and Pierce, and we're gonna replace it with Flint Community School. So this will act as a blanket, resolution.
Yeah.
Is there any more discussion? If not, we would take a roll call vote. Secretary Perkins, Trustee Booz, Vice President McIntyre,
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford,
Yes.
Trustee King,
Yes.
Treasurer Luna,
Yes.
and myself, yes, 5 yes, 2 no.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 21.12, approval of 2025 HBCU tour.
Was that you?
No, is there a motion?
You better make that motion. That's your area.
You made it. Oh,
No.
support. I'll make a
Make the
motion.
motion.
Support.
Oh, thank you, guys.
It's been properly moved and second. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
So, what's the Klingman Foundation again?
It's the same foundation we used that went last year.
Public to see that.
So,
That's what we're talking
given, okay, so given the presentation that we had from Dr. Harvell, and that we could potentially have free resources, and a different thing, I would like to suggest that maybe we postpone this for further committee discussion.
That's fine, but you have a chance to lose the seats. So
Sorry, what?
You may lose the seats, but that's fine. If that's what the board wants to do, as long as kids get to go, I'm fine. But these seats are due on Thursday.
Could we?
Well, I'm just telling you.
Okay, so I'm just a little frustrated because I've been trying to, get this movie. This is $4,400. That's, okay in the relative scheme of things. But on the other hand, here we are again. General funds. General funds. And here we are again, we've got to make a decision by Thursday. What, it's by tomorrow? By tomorrow.
So you would have had this decision made,
Mr. Joe.
okay.
I don't want to lose opportunities for the scholars, but on the other hand, this really just rubs me the wrong way. We have other resources
Could I-
that have been ignored.
Could I, so for compromise in my mind, right? So with I forgot the doctor, what's his name that came today?
Harvell.
Dr. Harvell.
Dr. Carvell. Superintendent should have to talk to him, create that camaraderie, right? And he does it every year. I say that we give our scholars, we pay for it this year, right? Because we already got the tickets to the seats. Scholars are already familiar with those students that's going on the tour, right? And then next year, you know, after it come before the academic cal, right? We have time, so for next year, the students can get acclimated and know where they're going for the next year, right? But I think we should still give our scholars an opportunity to go this year, and then next year, we can, you know, still, doesn't mean that we can't work with Dr. Carvell between now and then, but next year, we could probably focus there too, or we can do both, right? It doesn't mean like it's not one or the other, but I think we can just do it today.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
With what was proposed tonight, it's just 4 students. So with Dr. Harvell, other students can have an opportunity to go. So I didn't understand the, I don't know, I don't want you to feel like we did hear you with Dr. Harvell, which we did, but we know with this particular tour, the students went on before last year. So I think the families are comfortable, the students are comfortable, and there's a relationship there. And I think in the future, we could definitely expand because that's only 4 scholars
Thank you.
on this one. So I just wanted to share that. Scholars,
President.
students.
Just one more thing, it has nothing to do with what was stated, but there's 2 seats currently. I'm asking you for 4, because if somebody else don't pay, I want our scholars to have those other 2 seats. And I've already spoke to the foundation. So there's 2 seats currently, but I'm asking you for 4, so we don't get caught up in having to come back, just in case there's 2 seats.
Good point.
All right, so I wanted to be clear on what we currently have. And they had canceled this, or you would have had this earlier this year, but this was canceled until last month, at the end of the month, and then that's when I found out.
Trustee Perkins, then.
And when these children go to the HBCUs, there are scholarships immediately for those students tied to those particular, and in our neighborhoods, it's just, you know, a lot of kids don't even know about it. And then I'm thinking back last year when the scholars got back, they were so excited because they had never been introduced to it. You know, my daughter was a recipient of the HBCU tour, and so I support it.
Thank you. All right. Okay, we can kind of move forward. And I have to say that I would support this. We kind of like in the middle of a race. We got some information that we didn't have before this even hit the board. I respect what you're saying, but I just don't want seeing the faces that we had last year and the hard work that our colleague just loved, you know, was trying to get HBCU on the map. We got them there, and I just think we should move forward with this and work on a committee and making sure with Dr. Harvell coming up that we work on that, because we got time to do that. And like Trustee Relifer said, there's other students out there that could use him, but right now, I just think we should move forward. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I support this. I loved the results that we got last year. The only thing I'm saying is that I'm just disappointed that we didn't move forward with the momentum from last year and really follow up so that we can do more this year. And that, like I said, with Dr. Harvell's program, it's been around, you know, he said himself, at 30 years, and he's been in it he's been leading at 9. I think I just want to underscore the importance of having our own program for all of our scholars, and doing it in a way where we have, you know, support from the communities. We've got funding that won't necessarily have to come out of our general fund, and that we do it in-house. You know, I think one of the things that we'd bandied about before and that maybe we can pursue, like in other committee meetings, is maybe, you know, having, you know, Michael and Haley Clack, you know, be mentored through, you know, scaling up this program, like doing, you know, having our own do it for our own kind of thing, and having it on a scale where all the scholars get to do it. So I want to support this for right now, and hopefully we can keep pushing it so that it's even bigger and better next year.
Okay, and we can move that over to your academic and have further discussion. Seeing that there is no further discussion, the motion to approve Resolution 21.12 will be conducted by roll call. Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Trustee Booth?
Yes.
Vice President McIntyre?
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
And myself, yes, 7 yes. At this time, oh Lord, we got 2 more things. Oh, Lord.
talked about those.
At this time, I would like to turn the floor over to Trustee King for information, item 22.3, the repurpose of Pierce School.
We already talked about that.
Oh, yeah, we already did that.
We already did that one.
good. I'm ready to
So, oh my God. Oh, at this time, I would like to ask Superintendent Jones and Ms. Fields to continue with information, item 26.2, the Flint Partnership District Benchmark Review Summary.
We are, this is a compliance of our partnership agreement.
Right.
And we must bring this before the board.
Yep.
And I must sign after the board has been given this information and get it back to MDE. So we must do this tonight.
Okay. Do we have to have this?
Good evening, Board. It's good to see you this evening. As Superintendent had mentioned, this is part of our Flint School District Benchmark Review Summary. It is a requirement by the state and part of our partnership agreement that your review of this feedback form shows that all of our schools are on track. I think the most important pages that you'll want to pay attention to are going to be on pages 9, where it shows that our schools are all on track for the partnership agreement. In addition to that, it also shows on your page 10, you'll see where our benchmark scores for the 2022 starts with our school composite index and then shows growth for every single last one of our schools that are in the partnership agreement have made not just some gains, but marketable gains with our school index scores.
Where is this? Is this in our packet? It's in the, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah.
So pages,
9 and 10.
Yep, 9 and 10 are probably the ones that are the most marketable, that kind of like lay out for you what the whole gist of the particular literature is about. In addition to showing that we have we're on track for all of our schools and that we have met the goal for being on track for our district, they also provide feedback to us, which we have already implemented many of the things that they have mentioned. That would include MTSS work, letters training, culture and climate, Dare to Lead with book studies, and the Brene Brown book that we've done. Many things around community engagement, processes and systems, and then celebration and growth of those particular areas of where we've made marketed improvement. And again, as the superintendent had mentioned, this is a review for the board to make. It also states that he has reviewed these with the board president, Dr. McNeil, and then as well as Superintendent Tunnicliffe for the GISD. And if there's any questions, I'm able to answer those for you.
There's no further questions or comments. All minds said. Thank you, Superintendent Jones and Ms. Fields.
Thank you.
Board member, in your package is Vortec monthly update for January. Do any board members have any questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I know we got to go, so I'm going to be quick, I promise.
on Vortec?
No, sorry, I thought you had board, I thought you had board comments, my bad. I heard, it's getting late, I heard board comments. I'm sure you get out of here so I can say what I got to say.
All right, okay. We need remarks from the individual board member.
Yeah.
We want it to be short and quick. Do any board members have any comments
I
or
do.
remarks before we adjourn?
Madam Chair,
Yes?
I get we didn't have the cow last week, but we really got to get these, and it's not criticizing anyone else, but I don't think it's fair that we have neighborhood association members who are volunteers at not only this meeting, but the ones that Ms. Perkins and Mr. Jones do throughout the last year to have to wait this long to speak. They have families, they're here on their own dime, they're not getting paid for it. So let's be more cognizant of that next time and moving forward. It's just not fair. I mean, we all chose to be here because we chose to run. We have staff here, but we definitely should keep them at the top of the agenda if they're presenting.
Thank you.
My personal opinion, I think it was no malintention, but I think we should definitely keep that into consideration.
Thank you.
And then number two, just because we have disagreements in the board doesn't mean we're not working together. We get a lot of stuff done, and we just showed the last few amendments that we passed that we can agree on changes and move forward. So I want the public to know we're not fighting. We're just going through a healthy debate, and that's totally fine. I have my opinions, they have theirs, and if you don't agree, we don't. If we do, we do. Bottom line.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Oh, I just really was, Trustee Luna just took the words out of my mouth. I specifically said something to VP McIntyre for that reason, that a disagreement is just that. I don't take it personal. We've come too far to take things personal, but I just asked everyone to just continue to move forward. Our goal is to take this district to the next level. With the announcement of the renovations going on at Central, all eyes are on this district. And they're looking for a reason not for it to happen. And we have to make sure we don't give them a reason. A lot of things are gonna come our way. Individuals wanna see how can we make those critical decisions? Can we have a difficult conversation amongst ourselves without any guardrails? And we're showing the world we can. It's okay, because the kids are dependent on us. So I just ask us just to keep moving forward, and it's not personal at all.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll echo the sentiments of my colleagues. The way we were able to have a healthy discussion and even compromise, even at the table, right? That's a sign of not just growth, right, but leadership that we know our community has been lacking for some time, right? It's wonderful working with this team. We may disagree, I may disagree, and that's fine. That's what we do. But the way we're able to still get the business done, listen to long presentations, and still get it done. I'm proud of the work that we're doing, and we'll be continue to do. But thank you all.
Is there any more, Superintendent?
No, I just wanted to say real quick that, yeah, I appreciate everybody for the extra hours that they put in for this meeting. I mean, that we did have extenuating circumstances with the weather, which is one of the reasons why this meeting was so long, because we did not have the cow, which is kind of, sometimes we need that cow so that we can do that work and we can split that up. So hopefully this will not happen again. We were doing a lot of good work, and thank you, Trustee King, for pointing out how well we're working together. I think it just speaks to that we just want what's best for the district. And Trustee Rutherford, I admire and respect you enormously, and I know that you know that it wasn't personal. I disagree with how it was being done. And it was just structural. And you and I will be on the phone and we'll smooth this out, and it'll all be good. But I mean, that's just kind of how we are. We have to. That's what makes a good board is the agreements and the disagreements, and then coming to the end of it. So thank you all. I appreciate every one of you.
Superintendent Jones?
Yep. So in that vein, Board of Education, we have received your Standard of Excellent Board Award Certificate of Achievement from MASB. This Standard of Excellent Board Award, Boards of Education, when all board members have received their Level 2 Award of Merit Award level. So this is to you, Board of Education, and this will be going up in the administration building. So congratulations to you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Those hand claps was like Randy Watkins on Coming to America. When one clap, we all clap. One clap, we all clap. One clap, we all clap.
Thank you for that, Mr. Jones. And I just want the public to know, normally our meetings are over about 7:30 or 8:30 at the most, but we had different circumstances, and family come first, children come first, and if it have to cause a delay to make sure that our family and our kid voices are heard, then we had to make that choice. And hopefully you can always go on Zoom and come back. But hopefully you won't be here this long again. Our next board meeting is March the 12th at 6:30 here at ALA. Seeing no further business of the board, I declare the board meeting Adjourn at 10:49. This is the longest ever.